On behalf of the Positive Foundation, aloha and welcome. On this, the 21st day of August, 1987, on the island of Maui, I have the great honor to present to you Michel Merle, who will speak to us today of Weinemühnen mythology and tell us the Bock family saga. We'll take a short intermission in an hour and a half, 2 hours from now, and then after lunch break, we will open up our meeting here for questions, answers, and discussion. Much aloha. And Michel, welcome.
Thank you. I will talk today about the Bock saga, and I will take out that part, what we call from the first Bock to the last Bock. I have been doing a similar thing like this on the 3rd of March 1986 in Chapora, Goa, in India, where for the first time on video was presented this Weinemühnen mythology. This story has been coming out from 1984, when the last woman of the Bock family, Rea Bockström, died, after which it became possible for her son to talk about this saga. This saga is completely based on sound, on the sound of the root language, which is a natural language still spoken today in the south of Finland, which is based on 29 sounds where every sound has a meaning. And it is the sound who is telling this story. It is not so much me who is telling this story. It is the sound who is telling this thing, because every sound has a meaning in this root language. And this whole story is based on sound. The story as it is so far is incomplete, because it is a 20-year saga. So what we'll take out today, having access to the material as it has been laid down in the first 3 years of this story, is actually creating a basis to this whole story. And the main line of this basis we'll take out today. This whole story is coming from Carl Gustav Bockström, who is a very important man in this story. He was born in the year 1816 on the 3rd of March, and last year in this first presentation of this story happened to be his 170 years birthday. He transferred this story to his son, Knut Wiestur Bockström, and him and his second swan, Rea Bockström, transferred this story to Ior, who is the last Bock. This story tells about heathen time, and that is the time before we get the religions that we know about on this planet. And this story says there are only 3 religions on this planet: the Jewish religion, the Christian religion, and the Muslim religion, who are all based on the same book called the Torah book. All other are not religion, they are mythology. In the mythologies, we talk about powers, we don't talk about God. God is one concept, as has been laid down in this Torah book about 3,300 years ago. So the sound God means one completely different thing according to the sound system. So we'll first talk about the powers on which this story is based. The heathen people had 8 powers, and the first power is hell. And hell is the North Pole before the Ice Age. Before the Ice Age, we had a different North Pole than we have today. This whole pole was tropical, Hell was the North Pole, from where this pole was going straight south, and this earth was turning around and around the sun in this particular fashion. This pole was tropical. Hell has as a symbol the life wheel, and the life wheel is rolling out from hell, the North Pole, before the Ice Age. The symbol of hell is swastika, and swastika means the life wheel. Swastika comes from the sound swavelstikan, saltpeter stick, swavelstikan. The life wheel is constructed in the form of what we call a rasti, and a rasti is a cross like we find it in the Swiss flag, consisting of 4 equal spokes. To use this symbol, the heathen people before Ice Age used one pole tree, or as we call it today, one palm tree. And they took off the crown from this palm tree, and they made an iron ring, and from this iron ring they had these 4 spokes coming out after they put back the crown on top of this tree, and on these 4 spokes they hang boats. And these boats turn in the wind and make that the life wheel goes round and round. Now in these boats they could also put saltpeter, swavel. So which make that when you light this swavel in this boat, this saltpeter, the life wheel is going around with horrible speed. And the people are dancing around this pole. This is the swastika, swavelstikan, the symbol of hell, the North Pole before Ice Age. The second power is Bok. And Bok is the oldest family on the planet. And this Bok family is representing the sun in this mythology. Bok has as a symbol a straw bok. And this straw bok originates through strålar, coming from the sun. Strålar meaning rays. The strålar of the sun make that the seed which is sprouting is turning into straw. And from this straw, when we take one sickle, we take this straw, and from this straw we create one straw bok, which we put under the Christmas tree on the 24th of 12th, the 24th of December. So this is the second power, Bok, represented by a straw bok coming from the strålar of the sun. The third power is E, and E is the prick of the bok. E is also totem pole, talking pole, and thinking pole. E has as a symbol the trisul. Trisul is what you in English would call trident. Trisul consists of 2 sounds, tri and sul. Tri meaning oak tree, ash tree, palm tree, and sul is the root word for sun, sul. So trisul means the sun tree. And the sun tree on this planet, as a live tree, is one ash tree, or as we call it in root language, askträdet. Ask or ash in English. The trisul is one Q, or one prick in the middle, with 2 bokhorn on the side. And this is the symbol for the E, the third power of the heathen people. The fourth power is Uden. And Uden is a ring. Uden is everything. And Uden is the sun. And according to the heathen people, the sun has always been, and the sun will always be. Uden is ever a thing. Ever means always, means again and again, and thing means nice things we have. Ever a thing is Uden. And Uden is symbolized by one snake who bites himself in his tail. one ring that the heathen people wear in the left ear. The fifth power of the heathen people is Ra. And Ra is the first son of Bok. And Ra is the maker of the Ras, the race of human being on the planet. Ra, he is the first son of Bok, and he is representing moon. So we also say that moon is Ra. Ra has two main symbols. Ra is the king. He is the maker of all people on the planet, although he doesn't make any children by himself. Ra has many symbols, being the king, but his two main symbols are the roos, what we in English call rose, and the horseshoe. The sixth power of the heathen people is Tur. And Tur has three meanings. Tur means the heart, Tur means the heart friend, and Tur also stands for Tur's hammer, Tur's hammer. One hammer, Tur's hammer in this case, consists of three parts. We have the sharp side of the hammer, which we call in root language egget af hammeren, the egg of the hammer. Then we have the middle part of the hammer from where the shaft is coming out, which we call kolv. And then we have the third part of the hammer, that's called the head of the hammer. So Tur's hammer consists of three parts, egg, kolv and head. Now the same head or the same hammer every man finds in his trousers, because we have egg, kolv and head. Under this head is one neck. Like we have necken under our head here, we also have necken under this head there. And over this neck is one red rose. And this combination creates what we call one neck rose, neck roos. And neck roos in English language is called lotus. That is the reason why we find all power usually sitting on one lotus, because lotus is the symbol, neck roos, for the head of the prick, from where sperm is coming, from where all people are born. This is the sixth power of the heathen people, Tur. The seventh power of the heathen is Frey. And Frey is the first masculine human being on the planet. And Frey has as a main symbol, as his symbol, moon shera or moon sickle, which is one fertility symbol. With this sickle you take in the seed, and this moon sickle is the symbol for Frey. The eighth power is Freya, and Freya is the first feminine human being on the planet, the first female human being on the planet, a twin sister to Frey, and she has as a symbol a lyra, a lyre, a harp. She's representing the music. So we have the eight powers, Hel, Bok, I, Uden, Ra, Tur, Frey and Freya. And on these powers all this story is based. Hel means also complete or clear. When a glass is not broken, it's hel, it's complete, it's clear. This story tells about the evolution on this planet, how we are coming to this whole situation that we have today. It's a very big story that also relates to how come all this sun, moon and star system on the planet. Will come out in the course of the years when this story is unfolding. So I want to skip a part on that story and go straight away to how the human being are coming on the planet. The life evolves in the ocean, where from one microbe we split into two. We get the animal kingdom and the plant kingdom on this planet. From there we are coming to different evolutions to the eel. And from the eel, via many evolutions, we are coming to an animal called Gruda. Gruda, meaning one frog, which we still find today in the mythology in the form of Garuda, one mythological bird. But Gruda actually means one frog. After this, we are coming through evolutions to one monkey. This frog is going on the land and he is doing his thing over there. And then we are coming to one monkey. And to explain how we are coming to the human being in this story, I'll first have to explain a couple of sounds to you. We start with pilbooge. And pilbooge means arrow and bow. Pil means arrow, booge means bow. Pilbooge consists of 4 sounds: P, L, boo and ge. The sound P means ring. P we still have, like from the Hellas mythology or the Hellas mathematic, pi, which we use to count the circumference of a circle. So the sound P means ring. Then we have L, and L means law, logic. The natural law, the natural logic that is beholden in the unfolding of this universe. The nature law. Then we have the sound boo, and boo means one nest. One bird is creating one boo to lay its eggs in the springtime. One boo means one nest or one home. And the sound ge means to give. So when we put all these sounds together, pilbooge, bow and arrow, we find the meaning backwards. Because the heathen people, they like speak from left to right, or they speak like they speak, but the meaning is from right to left, if we are writing. Which creates pilbooge, you give a nest through the law of the ring. And Uden is one ring. So this ring is actually representing Uden, the sun. You give a nest through the law of Uden. That means you create people through the law of Uden, which makes pilbooge to be a fertility symbol, not one war symbol. The next sound is pil-e. Pil means again law of the ring, the law of Uden, and E we find from Helbok E, and E is the prick of this bok. So from this E is rolling the law of Uden, pili, and every man has one pili. Now every woman is the sexual organ of the female, and U is one ring. So we have pil-E and we have pil-U. So through this U is rolling out the law of the ring, the law of Uden. And when you put pil-E into pil-U, you get new people on the planet. The next one is called apa, and apa means the same as ape. Apa consists of 2 sounds, a, p and a. A means aser, and aser are the people who live in Udenma. Udenma is one land at the North Pole before the Ice Age. The center of Udenma is Hel, the exact North Pole, around which is going one ring land. Uden is one ring, and Ma means land. So Udenma means the sun land, which has a diameter of 250 kilometers, about. Hel is the center. Inside Udenma live Aser, and outside Udenma live Waner. Aser speak root language, R-U-T, the other way around, T-U-R, Tur, Tur meaning the heart. So the root language is the heart language. outside Uudenmaa live Waner, and Waner are going out from Uudenmaa, having one language called Waan language, one language, which is based on the 29 sounds of the root language, but put in a different order so that they could create a much bigger language than this natural language, the root language, as it was spoken by Frey. Uudenmaa means the sun, land. Now before Ice Age, when Hell is the North Pole and Uudenmaa is around the North Pole, the South Pole was all water, because in that time we find the South Pole somewhere in the Pacific. So we have at the North Pole 24 hours light, and we have at the South Pole 24-hour light. At the equator we have 12 and 12 in this turning system of this planet, which make anyway that Uudenmaa, the land of Ouden, becomes at the North Pole, because at the South Pole there is no Ma, there is no land, there is water. The sound P means Pole, and Pole means the pole, North Pole to South Pole. So the sound Apa, or ape, means Aserna's pole, the pole of Aser, which is from Hell going to the South Pole. The next sound is coming from the Waan language, because we have one animal called Pilivuohi. And Pilivuohi in English translates to billy goat. Pilivuohi, billy goat. So that means the masculine goat. Pil-i, again relating to this pili, billy goat. The next one is Nani-vuohi. And Nani means breasts. So the children dee the milk from the nanny, so they become bigger and bigger and bigger. Now one nanny is also one woman. When you have not enough milk for your child, you can bring her to one nanny. Yeah? And the small ones from the Pilivuohi and the Nani-vuohi are called the Skidi-vuohi. Skiddy. We have many skiddies running around, from where we get in English the name kids. The kids running around. Now when we start to put all these sounds together, this Pilbuge, Pili, Pilu, Apa, Pilivuohi, Nani-vuohi and Skidi-vuohi, we are coming one day in the evolution of this fantastic nature to that point that at the North Pole, in Hell is constructed between 7 hills on the mainland, and in front of these 7 hills are 7 islands called the Solöarna, the Sun Islands. These 7 islands, the center island, which is called Oudensö, is surrounded by 6 more islands. And on Oudensö, Ouden meaning the sun and Ö meaning island, so Oudensö is the sun island, the exact sun island, because on Oudensö is the exact North Pole, going from north to south. And on Oudensö, many million years back, there arrives one Apa. On the exact North Pole, Aserna's pole, there arrives one Apa. And this Apa, he has one pili called Ask. Now we have this Asktredet, this ash tree, which is this family tree of this bog family, when all other people are belonging to oak tree. So only the bog family belong to ash tree, when all other belong to oak tree. Now this Apa, he has one pili called Ask. And under his Ask he has egg. And in this egg is Embla. And this Apa, with this pili called Ask, is pushing his pili into the pilu of the Nani-vuohi. And from his egg is going Embla through his pili called Ask to the egg of the Nani-vuohi. And there starts to grow something, and out come Frey and Freya. Frey masculine and Freya feminine. So the first people on this planet, according to the sound, are coming from a monkey and a nanny goat, which makes that the nanny goat must be the missing link. Frey gets the name Bok because he is the masculine, deeing the milk from the nanny vuoi, so he becomes bigger and bigger and bigger, like his twin sister Freya. Now this Apa has Embla, but Frey, he is the first one to have sperma. We have Udenma and we have sperma. Ma means land and spare means that you can spare something. So sperma means this land from where they spare something, so we get more and more people on the planet. I want to say one more thing in between, that this whole story is going in 3 languages. In the root language, the Waan language and the English language. It's very important in this story. This whole story is based on the sounds in these 3 languages because all 3 of them are originating from the same place. In English, the sounds have been changing a little bit. What we call A, you call A. What we call A, you call E. And what we call E, you call I. So they have been changing a little bit. Frey is the first one to have sperma. And this he is developing when he becomes 7 years old. So when he becomes 7 years old, he is speaking one language called root language, which he is transferring to his twin sister Freya so they can communicate. I want to go into this esperma. The sound S means sul, and sul means same like sun. Frey, he becomes the first pair, which is one title I will explain later on. We are all son and daughter of pair, so we are all person. In the dictionary they have been forgetting about the pair daughter. He is the first pair, and he is representing the sun on the ma. So he is the first one to have S per ma, from where all people are born. Everybody is born from sperm. So if Frey was the first one to have sperm, that means that he must be the ancestor to all the people on the planet. Now he is in a very particular position, this guy, because being the first one to have this sperm, he has to take care of it. Because something goes wrong with his sperm, we'll die out in no time. That means that we are not fit to live in this beautiful nature, so we are not in harmony with this system, and that means that we disappear. When something goes wrong with the sperm, we will die out. So in order to make something according to nature and according to sound with this system, this Frey and Freya are starting something what we call one breeding system. In order to get more people on the planet, Frey and Freya make one system, where Frey and Freya are creating 12 sons and 7 daughters, or actually more than 12 sons and 7 daughters. But the 12 and 7 is very important in this story, so I'll be mainly talking about this 12 and 7, but always remind in the brain that they can have more than 12 or 7. More than 12 sons or more than 7 daughters. They make 12 sons and 7 daughters. The first son is called Ra. He is the maker of the Ras, the race of human being on the planet, and Ra is representing the moon. He is called Ku Ring As. Ku means moon, Ring means Uden, and As means Aser. Ku Ring As is Ra, the first son of Bok. And the first daughter, she is called Maya. Maya, and she is the queen, the first of Maya, the Maya drottning, the May queen. She is Maya, the queen to all people on the planet. And also she representing moon. Ra and Maya representing moon. And the 12th son, he is again called Bok. And when the 12th son, Bok, becomes 27 years old, he is going together with one, what we call swan, swan. So Freya, she was actually the first swan. Swan consists of two sounds, S and Van, one. Bok representing the sun, so she is the swan, the swan. She is the one with the sun, giving life to 12 sons and 7 daughters or more. So when the 12th son, Bok, becomes 27 years old, he again goes together with one swan. And swan is the most beautiful and healthy woman on the planet. So we had this Miss Universe election already very long back in time. From the most beauty and healthy is coming this 12 son and 7 daughter. And from her again, the first son being Ra, the first daughter being Maya, the 12th son being again Bok. When he becomes 27 years old, again he goes together with one swan, and from her again come 12 and 7. So in this way, this family can perpetuate itself. Now in this way, they don't get so many people on the planet. So this is a pretty boring thing, so they start to do something about that. So from the first Frey and Freya we get 12 sons and more than 7 daughters. So let's say now the 8th one becomes the new swan when the 12th son becomes 27 years old. Yeah? So now there is still the 9th, the 10th and the 11th. I don't know how many they had at this moment. But this 9th, 10th and 11th, for example, they will become Disa. Disa. And Disa means stem mother. And now Bok not only makes pregnant swan in order to get this 12 and 7, he is also becoming the father to the children coming out of Disa. And from Disa, which is the second et of people, we are talking about et of people. Et means family. And one et we find in the tree. One tree consists of root, stam, and et. And over the et come the crown of the tree. So the et are actually the branches of the tree. Now this first et, this Bok family, is called Piru et. Pi means ring, and Ru means when you have peace inside you. So Piru et means the family, the peace circle family. Pi meaning ring, Ru meaning peace, peace circle et. Pirouette. And pirouette is one thing what we still make in the ballet today, turning around with big speed. Now from Bok and Disa is coming the second et of people on the planet, called Roos et. And Roos is the symbol of Ra, the rose. So Roos et, Roosette is one thing what you still make in your shoe or under your neck when you are going for a party. Roosette are the children of Bok through Disorna. From Disa come 4 possibilities. Either it's a boy or it's a girl. If it's a boy and he is good to be one father, he becomes one Ra-bi. Ra is the king, the maker of the Ras, and one bee is one black and yellow animal that goes out in the breeding system of flower. Bzz, 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 from flower to flower to flower. So one Ra-bi is one guy who is going out from Udenma to create the tribes of Baner. If he is not good to be one Rabbi or to be one father, he is called one Nar. And one Nar is what you in English called one jester, one joker. Yeah, this guy with his funny hat on. Nar consists of three sounds, R-A-N, N-A-R, the other way around, R-A-N, Ra, and the sound N meaning knowledge. So, Ra's knowledge. He is giving out the knowledge from the king, the Nar. If he is not good, so we have the Rabbi and the Nar. If it's a girl and she is good to be a mother, she will be a Disa in the future, from where again is coming Rabbi, Nar, Disa, or when she is not good to be a mother, she will be one Sienare. Sienare. Si means you see, and Enare means you unite. So she is one Sienare, one woman who looks in the crystal ball and makes us through logic. The belief of Aser in logic, which is basically one system by which he keeps track of the people born on the planet. It has to do with the bureaucracy. And of course sun, moon, star system. This is the second et. Pirouet and Rous'et. These people are Aser who live in Oud and Ma, who speak root language, this natural language which came from Frey, from when he was 7 years old, which he transferred to his twin sister Freya. I will first take out the sounds of this root language. These 29 sounds, of these 29 sounds, 23 are going in one ring, and outside of this ring we have 6 more sounds. So I will first start with the sounds in this ring. We start the alphabet with E, and E is the prick of this book. The second sound is A, and A means Aser, the people who live in Oud and Ma, the North Pole before the Ice Age, who speak root language. B means Bori or Castel. Bori or Castel. One kas is one rock in the nature, and when you tell from the kas, you put one building on top, so you get one castel. The sound Se. Se means moonshara, moon sickle, which is this phallu symbol relating to this Frey, but Se also means you see. That's why in English we pronounce it C, A-B-C. Day means dag or day, nice day today. A means ache, and ache means oak tree. All people outside of the Bok family belonging to oak tree. F means freu, Frey or Freya. Freu means the seed from where all life is coming. G means grund, ground, the ground we sit on. Ho means home or hell. Hell is our home, because that is where we originate from. E is repeated in this sound system. We have 2 E in the story. So we have E at the first place, and we have E at the 10th place in the sound system. And E make 11. Yi means Jarler. Jarler are one class of people of the Waner who go out, the highest class of the Waan people. Ko means Karler, the second class of people. L means Laak, law, logic, logic, lucky in Waan language. M means Mone, the moon. N means Noordstjernan, and Noordstjernan means the North Star, the pole star. And N also stands for knowledge, because the sound knowledge starts with N, nol and edge. So when you take the edge on one nol, on one ring, you open it up and it starts to happen all kind of thing, knowledge. You can write knowledge or snowledge or whatever you write there, but the sound knowledge starts with N. U means Uden. ring. P means pole, the pole, North Pole, South Pole. Q means kwadraat, and kwadraat is the symbol for mathematics. When you have U then, one ring, and you put pole in the center, you get two-dimensionally Q. When we put the whole thing in sunlight, you see that the shadow will create Q. So U then, and the pole create Q. Q, the symbol for mathematics. R means Ra, and Ra means the first son of Bok. Ra means also moon. S means Solen, Solen, and Solen means the sun. Su means mouth, and Len means smile. So Solen means smiling mouth. Big magic on the planet. Every child who's making a sun is drawing it with one smiling mouth. T means Toer, the heart friend, and Toer's hammer. U means Oorsprung, this horseshoe. U, Oorsprung, meaning origin, and everything is coming out of one Oorsprung. W means Waner, and Waner are the people who live outside of Oedenma, who speak Waan language, which is based on the 29 sound of root. So we start the alphabet with A, Aser, and we finish with W, Waner, and in between is I. W, I, A. Vaya, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, I, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, I, A. So they go round. Outside of this ring are 6 more sounds. X, U, zeta, O, E, Ö. X means the symbol for Toer. U means Yggdrasil. U is what you in English call Y. U means Yggdrasil, and Yggdrasil is the world tree, the woman tree, the tree of all living things. Also the ash tree. Zeta is one flesh between 2 Toers. So in the Eden time we had a different system than we have today. Every man had one woman, every woman had one man. But every man had one Toer, one heart friend, and every woman had one Toer, one heart friend, one girl. So we was always 4, 8, 12, 16, 32, 64. We was not Adam and Eva. We were Frey, Freya and Toer. So we was always 4. In that way, every woman could relate her feeling to another woman who can understand that feeling. One man can only follow intellectually. And the same with the man. When I have something with my system, what the woman don't have, I have to relate this feeling to one man. Because he can feel, he can understand. So Zeta is this flesh between these 2 Toer. So you always find one person in your life with whom you have a more close connection than you have with other people. But this person is exchangeable. It can change. The feeling can change. You can find one other person whom you flash on, yeah? One other friend. Ta means you take. Say ta. And then we have the 3 more clear sounds. O, E, and Ö. O means river. And O stands for O, Rieke. O, empire period. The 3rd period after the Ice Age. E means Engrieke. E stands for agriculture, agriculture. The 2nd period after the Ice Age. And Ö stands for Örieke, island empire period, the 1st period after the Ice Age. So O and Ö, they are sounds which we use much more after Ice Age, outside from Oedenma. So these are these 29 sounds on which whole this story is based, because all these sounds have a meaning, and the whole meaning is in the sound. This language, root language, is spoken by the Aser within Oedenma, but also in this way of Pirouette and Rousset, they don't get so many people on the planet, so they start to create one new system called Waan. Van people go out in the form of tribes, and these tribes are consisting of three classes of people: Jarl, Karl and Trail, who live around one fire and who are all equal, but they have different things to do. The Trail do the work, the Karl think, and the Jarl keep the contact through rabbis with Bok and Ra. These people live in rings around one fire, so we have one ring of Jarl men and we have one ring of Jarl woman. We have one ring of Karl men and we have one ring of Karl woman. We have one ring of Trail men and we have one ring of Trail woman, who live around this fire a nice life, and they are anyway separated by this fire. They are together, but they have each their particular side on the fire. What the men know, the woman don't know nothing about. And what the woman know, the men don't know nothing about. So the man and the woman need each other. The Jarl, man and woman, are the son and daughter of the Rabbi. The Karl man and woman are the son and daughter of the Jarl, and the Trail man and woman are the son and daughter of the Karl. So in this system, every Trail could say, my great-great-grandfather is Bok. Every Karl could say, my great-grandfather is Bok. Every Jarl could say, my grandfather is Bok. And every Rabbi could say, my father is Bok. So we were all children of the Bok. We were one family before Ice Age with one language. One language being created by the Aser, based on the same sounds. Bok, he is representing the wheel, the life wheel. And Ra, he is representing the moon, the moon. This breeding system is going out to particular days. And the first day we talk about is the 13th of 12, the 13th of December. The 13th of 12 is called Lucia, Lucia Day. And this is this day where this woman is coming down the mountain with all this candle on her head, yeah, with this light, you know, and in this day is coming forward those women who have the intuition to be pregnant in the next year. So on the 13th of 12, those women come forward who have the intuition to get one child in the E means this prick and fest means one fest. So festival means that you elect one prick in one fest. Different festival than we have today. Because in the heathen time, the women were choosing the man. The man didn't have nothing to say about this. The Trail women are choosing the Karl man. The Karl women are choosing the Jarl man. The Jarl woman become made pregnant by the Rabbi, and the Rabbi is the son of Bok, through Disorna. So festival is this day where these Karl men are coming forward, and now the Trail women are looking to, oh, which of these nice men I want to have one child from. And these Jarl men are coming forward, and the Karl women are looking, which of these Jarl shall I have one child from. And this is one thing, of course, they have been checking already during their tribe, in the living in the tribe. And this Rabbi is coming forward, and he is standing on pedestal. P means one ring, D means you drink, and stal means one stable. So pedestal, pedestal. He is standing on one pedestal, this guy, and he is showing off his physical prowess. Pedestal. Stal means one stable, because Ra is sending out Ra's riddare, Ra's knights. They go out on horse across the planet, They are belonging to this stable of Ra, this stall of Ra, and they go out to create the tribes. Then this woman who have been choosing these men, from them these men are coming forward 2 days later on the 26th of 12, on one day called Boxing Day, the day where we sing for Bok. And on Boxing Day, these men are going through one physical test to see if they are good enough to be father. Because in the heathen time, practically every woman could be one mother, but not every man could be one father. They are going through all kind of exercise, and one of the first exercise they did is putting up one saw bok. One saw bok. 2 crosses with one pole over, and now 2 guys sit opposite of each other on this pole, and they tie leather bags filled with seed on each of their wrists, and now they start to smack each other in the face, and that one who falls off, he has been losing like one part of the ceremony. Then they are hoppa bok. They are jumping over one bok, as we still do in the gymnastics. This big brick with these 4 legs underneath. And then they are doing all kind of exercise during one whole day, and all this exercise is finishing in the evening time in one thing called parade. Parade we had before in the breeding system, today we have it in the army. Par means 2 and raad means row. So parade means that you make 2 rows of men. So all these men who have been going through this test during the day are now lining up in 2 rows, and now they are doing one exercise as we are still doing in the ice hockey training, where these guys are jumping over each other, running back, going through the legs, and they do all kind of funny things. We also do in the school still with children this kind of thing. And in this parade, watching is one rabbi who has been following the procedure of whole day. He is sitting there and he is looking to all these men whole day, and in this last ceremony he is eliminating those guys from whom he thinks they are not good enough to be father. And all the women who had been choosing these men who become eliminated, they cannot become pregnant. They have to try again in the next year because they have not been choosing the right men. So it was a very strong system we had before Ice Age. The next festival day is the 31st of 12, on this Sylvester Day, where all these men and women who now are going back to their different saal, hall and chamber within the nature are telling on this evening how this planet is coming into existence, how the evolution on the planet has been taking place, and how we are rolling out in one breeding system to all corners of this planet. This we tell on the 31st of 12 to the children. Then the next festival day is the 13th of January. And the 13th of January is called Knut. In the almanac we have a name for every day of the year. Every day of the year has a name, and the 13th of January is called Knut, meaning knot. And on the 13th of January they start a particular ceremony, because before in the tribes the children were with the woman up to 7 years old. When the boys become 7 years old, they become removed from the masculine side of the fire, from the female side of the fire to the masculine side of the fire, and now they go out with the men in the forest. They take example from the men and they become new men. And from 7 years old the girls start to follow the woman, and they take example from the woman and they become new women from all these female example. Now when the boys become removed with when they are 7 years old, on the 13th of January, all these boys become taught one exercise, one yogic exercise, which we in Vaan language call sauna solmu, sauna knot. And sauna knot is one exercise by which you can put your knees behind your shoulder and your feet in your neck, and in that position, from 7 years old, when you are still very flexible, you can drink the sperm from your own prick. One exercise what you do every day from 7 until you die. So people was in very good physical condition. That's the 13th of January. Then we go over to the 24th of May. And 24th of May is one day called Heludensdag. Heludensdag. Hello, how are you? Heluden. 24th of May. And on this day, this woman who had been choosing that particular man who came through all this ceremony, this man and this woman, they come together. And now starts one period of 1 month where they have this love play. This period from 24 of 5 to 24 of 6 is called honeymoon. And honeymoon consists of 3 sounds: hun, I and moon. Hun means she, I means this prick, and moon means mouth. So honeymoon means that now for 30 days, before she become made pregnant, every day the woman is drinking the sperm from this man. So all this energy is going inside her, and when she become made pregnant, 12 o'clock on the 24th of 6th, 12 o'clock midnight, over whole planet, all children was making the same time. So all this energy from this sperm is going to this child, what is now starting to grow within her stomach, so it become a wise child. In that way, all children become born in about the same time, the last week of March, which made it to be very easy within the tribe. When you are 7, 8, 9 women who all have children, it was very easy to be all together and give this milk to these children. Even if you wasn't there for a day or so, there were 7, 8 other women who could take care of that. So we had a much bigger freedom being a mother in the heathen time than we have today. Because we are one woman and one man sitting in one house, and we have to take care of all the situation. In the heathen time, they say that love comes in the spring. And love is not forever. Love is coming and love is going. In the nature, things are coming and things are going. So this is this breeding system. It starts with 13th of December, Lucia Day, then we come 24 of 12, Festival, 26 of 12, Boxing Day, 31st of December, where we tell the story of how this whole system come, 13th of January, Knut Day, where all boys 7-year-olds start to make sauna solmu, 24 of 5, when start honeymoon, and 24 of 6, when we are creating the new people coming to this planet. Then we have also one information system which is rolling out from the Nars. The Nars are receiving knowledge from the 7 Tars, the 7 daughters. Bok and Swan create 12 sons and 7 daughters. And these 7 Tar are creating all story with their father, Per. Bok and Swan, 12 sons and 7 daughters. When the 12th son becomes 27 years old, the old Bok is retiring, he becomes Per, or in Vaan language, Ukko. Ukko. U means one ring, and Ko is what you in English call K. So Ukko means okay. And Swan, when she retires, at the same time, of course, when her 12th son becomes 27 years old, she becomes Akka. So we have Ukko and Akka, Bok and Swan, creating 12 sons, the first son Ra, 7 daughters, the first daughter Maya, the king and the queen, and the 12th son Bok. Now, these 7 daughters make all stories with their father Per, and they teach these nars in hell. They are educated in hell, and from hell these nars go out to the Vaner, to particular places called Rasti. And Rasti is again this cross with 4 equal spokes within one ring. And in this ring, these nars give out the story. They are dressing up in the form of animals. All stories were played in the form of animals, circus in the circle. Because the heathen people believed that the animal were more human than the human being. Because the animal at that time, or at all times, are a completed evolution on the planet. The animals are complete. From one monkey come one monkey, come one monkey. From one elephant come one elephant, come one elephant, come one elephant. As long as we don't shoot them all away, these animals will reproduce themselves and always be same. If they are not complete, the nature is taking them out. They won't exist anymore. Yeah? Now that's up to the nature, or it's up to us. Yeah? So I think it's better when it's up to nature, when certain species are disappearing. In this way, these nars, they are dressing up and create circus. The human being, sorry, I forget one part. The human being was a combination of a monkey and a nanny goat. Like all other species on the planet are a combination of something in order to exist. If we start with one microbe, all the time there must occur some kind of split or a going together in order that the next species can come into existence. All the time, from the first species, all the time must happen one phenomena what create the next species. And the last phenomena was this monkey nanny goat story. So they play this circus. Cirk means ring and us means love. Cirk means ring and L means law. So the cirk us, the love for the ring, is played in the cirk L, the law of the ring, where they give out the law to the people. P means ring, and pole means North Pole, South Pole, so the P pole must be coming from the P pole, from hell. These nars, there are 3 main nars. There are nars, 3 nars who play 3 main roles. There is one nar who is dressing up as an old bok. And this old bok in the Rasti, he is called neck class. Neck means this neck, or this neck, and class means one class of people. And when neck class is talking, everybody know it's Per. So it's one nar who dress up like neck class, everybody know now Per is saying something. Then there is one nar who dresses up like a big bok. It's a big bok. He is called Stoer class, the big class. And when Stoer class is talking, everybody know it's the king who is speaking. And then there is one small bok, one nar dressed up as a small bok, and he is called Lil class, the little class. And when Lil class is talking, everybody know it's the number 12 son. So we have neck class, Stoer class and Lil class who are presenting these 3 class of Jarl, Kaal and Trail. The Vaner living outside from Udenma, who receive all information through these nars in the form of stories created by the 7 tars in hell with their father Per. Now there is also the fox. One, he can change his dress, you know, his theater costume, and he'll represent the fox. Now the fox is also a symbol of Ra. Ra is the king, representing moon. And Bok is representing sun. The sun is white all around. The sun is good. The sun is light to all sides. But the moon has two sides. The moon has a light side and the moon has a dark side. So when the light side is talking, it's Tourklaas. But when the dark side is talking, it's the fox. Ra symbol is also one. Fox. And when he comes as a fox, he can give out this foxy information. These dirty stories, what make that people have to be careful, you know, because they are living in one big jungle, and there are certain things which, when you do them, you are moving with outside of the law of nature. So it was very important to, through one jokey, foxy way, make people aware that if we go outside from the nature, things can go wrong, yeah, and there's always this fox who is giving these dirty stories. Now there are many other animals in this Rusty, but we'll leave them, yeah, otherwise we'll be talking about animals for the next 3 hours. So now we have this breeding system and we have this information system from this Rabi and Nar, and now also the Siener are going out. They are coming out to the tribe with their crystal ball, and they are looking in the crystal ball to see what function the Yal boy in the tribe is performing when he becomes big. Because he becomes anyway like the spokesman for the tribe and the communicator via Rabi to Bok and Ra, whether he is in Australia, South America, or wherever he is. They go out, these people, in the form of tribe to all corners of the planet, and they go out from Oud and Ma, and Oud and Ma has many names. Oud and Ma is also called Sperma and also called Wienland. Wienland. And Wien means sperm. Today it means alcohol, but before Wien means sperm. Wienland, the sperm land. Also it is called Ringerike, because it is one ring land, so it become called Ringerike. It is also called Aasgoord, the garden of Aser, or the garden of Uden. They go out from Aas, and first they create Aas-Ien. Ien means again and again, and Ien means also this I, which is this totem pole, talking pole, thinking pole, and N means knowledge. So Aas-Ien, what you in English call Asia. Inside Asia they create one place called Ki Na. Ki means the key to the heart, and Na is a combination sound of Aser and knowledge. Okay, very good. Very no much problem. Very good to smoke one beedi. Don't hurry. Ki means the key to the heart, and Na is a combination sound of Aser and knowledge. So Ki Na means that you have the key to the knowledge of Aser. They go out this Rabi from Aas, and from Aas they create Asanas Rabia, Arabia. They go out from Aashel. Aashel, Ringerike, Oud and Ma, and from Aashel they create Hel-Aas, Hellas. We have three Rieke after Ice Age, Eurike, Engrike and O-Rieke, but before Ice Age we already have one place called Afrieke, Asernas Freu-Rieke. Aser means the people in Oedenma, and Freu means seed. So Afrieke means the seed of the Asernas Rieke with Nekroes people. But Nekroes is red, Nekroes is not black. Africa, they call it, yeah? Afrike. They go out in the form of tribes from Aas, consisting of Yaal, Kaal and Trail, so they create Aas, Trail, Ien, again and again. And they create one enormous continent called Indian, with Indian people dancing around the totem pole. One name to this particular continent, it had up to the year 1470, when the Portuguese, or the Pope, make one, through the Portuguese, one contract with the Raja in Hindustan, and change Hindustan to Indian, and make Indian to be America. Anyway, in Indian there are all these places called Aztec, who construct according to Aztec. There's Maya people, the first daughter of
bok and swan. Frey and Freya in Waan language are called Sampu and Ainu. Sampu means same tree, same oak tree. Sampu, we all belong to same tree. And Aino, Freya, comes from the sound Aina and Uden. Aina meaning always and U meaning Uden. So Ainu means always Uden. And Ainu people still living today in the north of Japan. Then we have Sam, Aser, and Sampu. Sam, Sampu, Shambu. Nice greeting for everybody. Everybody remembering Sampu, same tree, hello. All these names we find back all over the planet. All these names that we have on continent, places, they are very, 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 very old names. And they are all according to the sound. There is nobody before who in his brain had one idea that when I go to Australia I give it one name just like that. The first thing you did was asking the people that what do you call your place? That's much more logical. If I go to the moon I don't call it sun tomorrow, you know. But in our time we can do such a thing. So they go out, these people, and they settle in all these different areas, and they have a very nice life. Whole this bowl is tropical, so we are all Nekroos people. Inside Udenma is one land called Wienland, and outside Udenma is Roosland, the land of the roses, Roosland, the land of the Nekroos, this lotus which is going out all over this planet. So before Ice Age, whole planet was called Roosland. Outside of Udenma. This bowl is tropical. We take banana, papaya and coconut. Life was very simple and we cook teas. We cook a lot of teas. The only thing we had to do was to get more people on the planet, so we could take it very easy. I want to go a little bit to Udenma and to start to describe this place, because there are some important places what we will mention in the course of the story. On these 7 islands, the main island of which is Udensö, there is this exact North Pole. And on this exact North Pole is one fundament. And on one side of this fundament is one mountain called Lysnarberget, the listening mountain. Lys means light, Nar means this Nar who go out with the information. So Lysnar in one combination means listening. And Berget means hill. So on this listening hill, there in front of listening hill is one place called Valhalla. Val means election, Hal means hall, and A means Aser. So Valhalla means the election hall for the Aser. And Valhalla, in Valhalla is one fundament. Is one fundament which beholds one stone with one group inside, with one hole inside. In Valhalla is this stone with this hole. And in front of Valhalla is one half ring dug in the ground, which in the evening time we filled with fire. So if you came as a Vaan person or a group of Vaaner to ask questions to Per, you could go out to Udensö and stand on one side of that fire. In between the fire and Valhalla is standing Ra, the first sun. There is the fundament, and on top of the fundament is one golden bok, one symbol, one golden bok. And behind that is Lysnarberget, listening mountain, which is one mountain covered with gold, gold-plated, and on top sits Per. So if you came to ask questions, you shouted your question over the fire from to Ra. Ra is shouting the question up to Lysnarberget, to his father, Per. Per is sitting and thinking, and Per is shouting down the answer to Ra, and Ra is giving the answer over the fire to the Baner. So it was a very realistic system, one open parliament, because everybody could understand what Ra is shouting to his father and what his father is shouting back to him. In this way, anyway, the sun is shining on the moon, reflecting to the people. So it's one nature system in transferring things. The people are the star, and every person has one star. We are called the Tomtar, and Bok, he is called Tom Tevar, the father to all Tomtar, and Swan, she is called Tom Temoer, the mother to all Tomtar. And every Tomte has one Tomte Stjärna, one Tomte star, by which we can communicate. If I am in Mexico and I'm looking in the evening in the sky and I know the star of Howard, when I look up and I see his star, I become straight away reminded about Howard and everything that I know about him. And the same with him. He is sitting maybe in Alaska and he is looking in the star and he sees my star and he becomes straight away reminded about me. So we can communicate via the stars. This is the main information center on this Oedensö. Next to Oedensö is one island called Freyskär, or Sammonluoto in Van language. And on Freyskär, Bok, who is living on the other side of Freyskär on one small land called Bokland, where he has his saal and his two chamber. From there he is coming over Siem and Salmi, Frösundet, or the Seed Channel. He is going over there to Freyskär and makes pregnant the Disa. So all the Disa, they come together on Freyskär. There are these other islands who have their particular function. But we'll go over to this place where the Bok family is staying. They are staying on one island called Wienö. Ö means island and Wien means sperm. So they are staying on the sperm island in the sperm land. Wienö in Wienland. And on Wienö live the father, the mother with the 12 son and the 7 daughter. On Wienö is one hill called Sju-Sulaberget, 7 Sun Hill. Sju-Sulaberget. And on this is one hill where you can go to see Per privately. So if you could go to see him privately, you could go one-to-one person to Per up to Sju-Sulaberget. And on Sju-Sulaberget there is the second golden Bok. Also on Wienö is one place called Raamsviken with Sulkaasberget. Sul means sun, Kaas means hill, and Berget means one. Or Kaas means one rock, and Berget means hill. And Raamsviken, the Bay of Ra, where you could come around with your boats around this peninsula, and Ra could stand on this hill and give out information to all these people arriving by boat. Anyway, on this island they are living, the 12 son and the 7 daughter with their father and their mother, with Bok and Swan. And on this 7 island, these people have one family system, one ring system. In this whole creation of people, this pirouette and rousette, Jaal-et, Kaal-et, Trail-et system, only the 12th son of the Bok family is making children. All the other live celibate. That means they don't make children. The 7 daughter don't make children either. So it's only the 12th son who is creating people. And from his sperm, all other people on the planet are coming. Now anyway, he is the 12th son. So his father and mother create a 12th division, where the 12th son should continue the creation of the people, not these first 11 brothers. For that they make one ring system. they talk about the father and the 12 diare. Diare means drinker, the 12 diare, the father and the 12 diare. Where in one ring system they transfer the sperm from Ra to the second son, third son, fourth son, fifth son, sixth son, seventh son, eighth son, ninth son, 10th son, 11th son, 12th son. So all this sperm, what is the division of the father into the 12th son, goes back to the number 12 son. So he is like the sum total, which make him to be like his father. So he is going again out to, with one swan, create 12 son and 7 daughter, also making pregnant Disa, from where come Rabi, Nar, Disa and Sienra, and from Rabi coming Jalet, Kalet and Trelet. In that way, he was always the sum total of his father. Yeah? So this island is also called Dieu, the drinking island, Dieu. And it's also called Diu, because they drink for Uden, to keep this system together, Dio. And there is this Bok who is creating all this Waner, so he become Bokwan. All kind of connotations to this island that become mystified under Ice Age because of separation from these people with the people on the rest of the planet. Ra and Maya, the first son and the first daughter, they have their working place opposite of Wienö on the mainland. Wienö is about 70 kilometers west of Hell, and on the mainland 10 kilometers inland, 5 to 10 kilometers inland, along Rasepuri River, there is one area called Tuna. So we had two stan, we had two centers. We have Hel stan and we have Tuna stan. And in Tuna is one place called Rasepuri. Puri means castle. Rasepuri. Ra, Se, meaning this moon sickle, Se, Pu, meaning oak tree, and Ri, meaning again and again. So Puri means that you again and again create oak trees, which makes one castle, one Puri, to be one breeding center, not one war center. So from this Se of Ra, although he don't actually make children by himself, he is anyway very much involved, from Ra, Se, Pu, Ri is rolling out this breeding system of Seppu, of Ra and Maya. And in front of Rasepuri is this third golden bok. Rasepuri is one castle in the form of one horseshoe. And in front of this horseshoe is one enormous tower from this kas, surrounded by water, coming up the river from the coast. On this kas is this horseshoe-formed castle with in front one tower called Ra Bell's Tower. It's one bell tower because on top of this tower is one onion-domed clock, which is a little elevated from the tower, so that when Ra stands in the center, his sound is going around and around and around in this bell system, so people gathering around Rasepuri can listen to what he has to say. It is a similar construction as a Chinese 8-sided pagoda, which is giving the same effect. It's an amplifying system. This Rasepuri is in Tuna. And before we had one system, one appreciation system for Tuna. We had one appreciation system for Tuna. In Tuna live Ra and Maya, and they are the king and queen to all people on the planet. So every man is taking example to Ra, and every woman is taking example to Maya. Now, in appreciation for all this system rolling out over the planet, the Waner are creating one system called Jehovah. Je means you give, Hov means court, and A means Aser. So Jehovah means that you give to the court of Aser, which is one appreciation system where the most beautiful aesthetic and handicraft created, aesthetics. We have my aesthetic, majestic, my aesthetic, Maya aesthetic. It is one thing where the most beautiful aesthetic is brought up by the Waner to Aashel, Ringerike, Oudenma, Aasgård, Rasepuri, Castello. You tell from the Kaas about Ouden, Castello. So they are bringing up beautiful thing which they fill up this castle of Ra and Maya with. Yeah? And this system is called Jehovah. You give to the Hov, to the court of Aser. I want to go to one rhyme what is related to these first people on the planet, and I will first tell it in root, and it goes like this. Dat vreef ik Oedens wisdom, som gör de bocken till en bra man, en god man, som skapar de goda mänskior, fylgior, valkyrior. Which means that Frey get the wisdom from Oeden, which he received in the form of root language when he was 7 years old, based on 29 sounds where every sound has one meaning. Vreef ik Oedens wisdom. He get the wisdom from Oeden, who made the bok to be a Brahman. And a Brahman is a man who is physically well, he is good with his hands, his whole system is functioning. A good man, meaning inside good, who create good people, soul and Valkyrior. Now I want to go in this Valkyrior thing, because Valkyrior is one system what I have to explain. Frey get the wisdom from Oeden, who made the bok to be a Brahman, a good man, who create good people, soul and Valkyrior. For that we have to go back. We have to go to one thing that relates to the sound. Soul, you say in English, but in root we say soul. And soul means the sun. And according to the heathen people, the soul is in the soul per ma, the S per ma. That is the reason why when Bok, when he is creating Roos-et, in that system he breaks his sperm one time, because in his own family, in one ring system, they create the same family again. But when he creates Disa, he breaks this sperm one time. And from the Rabbi, which come out from Disa, go creating Yal-et, it break another time. It's become divided another time. From Yal to Kal, it's become again divided, and from Kal to Trail, it's become again divided. That is why the Trail are doing the work. The Kal are thinking, and the Yal are keeping the contact through Rabbis with Bok and Ra. Because this soul power this sperm become divided. That is why the Trail also, I didn't mention that before, were not allowed, the Trail men were not allowed to make children. Yeah, out from the Kal woman, out from the Trail woman and the Kal man come Trail boy or Trail girl. The Trail girl, from the Trail girl, she again in the future will choose one Kal man. So the Trail man, he was never making children. He was not allowed to make children. The buck stopped there. The buck stopped there. Because otherwise, when this Trail would also make children, it would come out what we call soulless people. They would have less soul, who would not give them that foundation to operate in a natural way within the nature. Natuur. This division of soul power also create their respective functions within this whole system. Now, that is the reason why these boys from 7-year-old every day make this ring system, this snake who bites himself in the tail. What is the symbol for these men who are making saunasolmu? The men have this ring system every day, and the women use that system only 30 days before they become pregnant, because the man brain and the woman brain is different. They require a different petrol. From one man brain comes one man, and from one woman's brain comes one woman. Now man and woman are not same, so they must have different brain. The man's brain is lying in one water called plasma. So we have Udenma and we have plasma. And plasma is also consistent in the sun. And this brain is lying in this water, what become reinforced by the circulation of this sperm. This plasma become reinforced, and from there it goes over the spine, down to the balls, out and back again, into the system, broken down in the stomach, into the blood system, going up to the brain, reinforcing it, and so on, and so on, and so on. But the women who have one different system, which is required from one substance called mahla. And mahla is the one language name for sap. And sap we find in the leaf of the tree. So everything that lives has soul. And to take this soul power out from the tree, we created teas. So we had one stone with one big hole inside, and under this stone you make fire. You cook the water in this pot, and when the water is boiling, you take collected leaves from the nature, from the trees, from birch, from blueberry, blackberry, raspberry, whatever. You put them in this pot, in this stone, in this group with water, and you now take away one stick so that the water doesn't continue to boil. Now you let it stand for 1 hour, and in this hour all the mahla, the sap, is going from the leaf into the water. After you take the leaf and you throw them out, and after you drink the mahla. Now this is very good for the brain. It's like we make tea today. But it's better when these leaves are fresh or they are dried in the sunlight, so that the strålar, the rays of the sun, which create all life on the planet, is reinforcing the mahla content of these leaves. So better you dry them in the sun than electrically, because in that way you kill the mahla. So we was drinking heaps of tea. The man and the woman was drinking heaps of tea, but the man was also making this ring every day. Now, in this way we have contact with our surrounding, when we have a lot of mahla in the brain. In that way we perceive what is around us. Give me a break. I want to go over to one other aspect of life, and that is when we are going away from this planet. In the heathen time, we had a completely different death than we have today. We didn't die at all, because dying is one process, and before we didn't have the process of dying. So I want to take out on this occasion the
retired swan, or the akka as she is called. When Swan's 12th son becomes 27 years old, she becomes Matar, or the earth mother, Matar. And she is also called Akka. And Akka has her working place in the east of Uudenmaa, in one place called Akanpesan Ranta, or Gumbu Strand, which is her working place, her nest, her home, from where she is giving out stories on, particularly around Easter time. Easter means share, you divide the E. In Vaan language it is called pääsiäinen. Pää means head and siäinen means instead of. So pääsiäinen means instead of the head, which means that around Easter time, Per or Ukko, he is taking holiday and he is going to Easter Island, and for example, and Akka is taking over the power. So now she has the power. She becomes pääsiäinen, the Vaan name for Easter. She is going there with her 7 tar, who are noitia. Noitia means witch. The 7 tar are noitia, who create tarinoita, stories. These stories are being made around one fire where they are cooking mahla, pan. They have one pan, one pan, where they cook mahla, where they make this sap I was just talking about, this tea. Because in Easter time, this Disa and Rabi come together in Akanpesan Ranta. These Disa, they become made pregnant on Freesia by Bok. But this, if we come later on in the story, we go further on in this evolution of people on the planet, we get more and more and more and more Disa. So this Bok, he is not able for 30 Disa every day during 30 days to provide his sperm in order that they can become one mother. So this job is taken over by the Rabbi, the brothers, or the brothers from different Disa brothers, but all having the same father but different mother. All these brothers together are providing this Disa. Di means you drink and Sa means you get. This whole ceremony takes place around Easter in Akanpesan Ranta, in front of one mountain called Bear Mountain in English language, Boksberg in German language, Blåkulla in Ruut language, and Kypelivuori in Vaan language. And next to Kypelivuori is also Akanpesan Surmakallio, or the Akanpesas Stupa, or the Akanpesan Suicide Precipice. Et means your family tree, and Stupa means you fall. Et Stupa. So when Akka becomes old, she gets one stick, because she gets problem to walk. So now she is walking around in the nature with the help of one stick. But there also comes a day where she cannot anymore with the help of this stick, move around before. So on that day, Akka decided that now she is going away from the life. So she is putting herself on one stone in Akkampesa, and she undresses herself. We are completely bar. Before, it was nice weather, so not a big problem. We were born bar, and we died bar, so we was very barbarian people before. And this barbarian Akka, she is sitting on this stone, and now all people of her family come to thank her for her life that she has been sharing with all these people. She is Matar, she is the highest woman on the planet. So in that ceremony, outside, in front of the beach, Ranta means beach, so in front of Akkampesa's beach, there could be thousands and thousands and thousands of people in boat coming to look to this last ceremony of Matar on the planet. Now these people come to thank her, and they all come bar, naked, to this ceremony. And now Akka is transferring all those things that she deems to be necessary for certain individual. She transferred to those people everything she knows, that what she hasn't been transferring yet during her life. And she also gives all things that belong to her to those people who had loved her. So there was no testament. After that, the two strongest guys from the family make what we call one guldstula, one gold chair, one cross with 4 arms, by which Akka sits on top of that, and now they carry her through the landscape, through the beautiful nature, to Akkampesa's Stupa. And all people of her family follow in one raad. So everybody is thinking about Akka, because when you walk next to each other, you start to have your own conversation, you don't anymore think about Akka. Everybody follow in one line up to the Stupa, and all think about Akka. And when she come at foot of Stupa, they turn her around, so that she can see all these people coming in one line, now forming one half circle at the foot of Stupa, so she can see them for the last time in the eyes. After, they carry her backwards up to Stupa, to the top of Stupa, and there they put her and give her this stick. And now she has to stand there with the help of this stick. After these two guys walk down, and they join in this half circle, this half ring at the foot of Stupa. And next to this Stupa is one sundial rock. There is one sundial. And when the sundial points 12 o'clock, Akka is raising her stick to the Uden, to the sun. And in that moment, everybody is looking in the sun. So nobody is looking when Akka is falling down at the Stupa and disappear from this planet, because the heathen people believed that dying was your private business. So now she is lying there at the top of Stupa. The story says that you die on the way. You don't die when you fall down. You die on the way. Not when you hit the earth. After these two same guys come and have been making one bar, one stretcher on which they put this Akka, and now they carry her up to the top of Kypelivuori, Boxberg, Blåkulla, Bear Mountain, where there is one ready-made fire on top. And now they put Akka on top of this funeral pyre, they light it, and they all stand around in one ring and wait until the whole body is burned down to ashes. Now the heathen people believe that the soul is in the ash. So they collect all this ash and they put it in one sack of one animal. Before Ice Age, after Ice Age they used one ox sack. After that, they take this ash and they bring the ash to the ash tree, to the Askträdet, which is in the west of Uudenmaan. And they put the ash to the root of the ash tree. And now the soul is going from the ash to the root of the tree. The tree is sucking up this power. And in the Mahla system of the tree, the soul is going up through the stem and to the head of the tree, to the branches of the tree, from where it goes to the leaves of the tree. And now the soul is leaving from the leaf of the ash tree to the hole. And the hole is in this fundament in Valhalla, in the exact North Pole, on that point where this monkey and this nanny goat were creating the human being. In Valhalla, in this hole, in the stone. So the soul is going to the hole, and from the hole it is going to the holy. And the holy, it is the prick of the bok, because from him, together with Swan, is coming out 12 sons and 7 daughters. Also he is making pregnant Disa, coming out Rabi, from whom is coming Yaal-et, Kaal-et and Trail-et. So in that way the soul is going round. And this process is called Wal-Ku-Ri-Or. Baal means election, Ku means this prick, Ri means again and again, and Ur is a combination sound of Uden and Ra, sun and moon. Wal-Ku-Ri-Or. So the Valkyria is actually the swan, because from her are coming all people on the planet. So this is the system that relates to the saying, Frey fick Uden's wisdom. Frey get the wisdom from Uden, who made the bok to be a Brahman, a good man, who create good people, soul and Valkyrior. Now this system is going on and on and on and on and on and on, and they have a very nice time in this paradise time, as we call this time before Ice Age. Pa-ra-dis-et. Pa means Asanas pole. Ra means Ra, the king, the maker of the Ras of the people on the planet. Disa means the stem order from where all the rest of the people on the planet come. And Et means family tree. So Pa-ra-dis-et actually says what it is. So the Paradise-et and the Paradise Islands are at the North Pole before Ice Age, in front of Hell. All the system is going on and on and on, and everything is very nice, up to there comes what we call the first Ragnarök, the first destruction of Aser. And the first destruction of Aser is happening 50,010,003 years ago, when the axle of this earth fall over 30 degrees. So North Pole become old North Pole, and we are getting one new North Pole. This overfalling of axle creates enormous confusion on this planet, and first of all in the ocean, where through this falling over of the axle, enormous water damp becomes removed from the ocean, goes in the atmosphere, and collects through the spinning of this earth at both poles, where it comes down in the form of ice. So now we start the Ice Age. Ice is falling in one ring north from the Alps and the Pyrenees. If we go from the Alps and the Pyrenees around the planet, north from there is falling ice. Ice is falling on the South Pole, and ice is falling on the mountains. And this ice is killing all people who are living north from this ring, north from the Alps and the Pyrenees. And they kill all people in the north part of this bowl except in Udenma, through one natural phenomena that originates in the Gulf Stream of Mexico. This period we call Altlandijs. Altlandijs. And Altlandijs means all the land ice. And we know exactly which land was under the ice, because the only land that exists on this planet is Rusland, Finland, Norreland, Svealand, Daneland, Iceland, Greenland, Scotland, England, Ierland, Holland, Frankenland, Saxonland, Switzerland and Poland and Åland. This is the only land that exists on the planet. All other are Vietnam, Morocco, Argentina, Hindustan, Pakistan, Botswana. They are not land, with the exception of Thailand, which was called Siam before. So Altlandijs actually says what it is, all the land ice. And all these lands were under the ice, with the exception of Oudenma, which was receiving all hot water from the Gulf Stream of Mexico, going over the Atlantic, hitting the north coast of France, shooting between England and Holland through the English Channel, going up north and coming out where Oslo is today, in the Gulf of Oslo, between Norway and Sweden, where this hot water rebounds and goes where, in between where today is Malmö and Copenhagen, hits the north coast of Germany, and from there rebounds again and shoots straight northeast in Bananasvik, or the Finnish Gulf, where it can't go further at that place where today is Leningrad. So from there all this hot water starts to turn back on itself and creates one rosette, of which the center lies exactly in front of hell. All this hot water also creates hot springs in Oudenma, and the combination of all hot water from the Gulf Stream of Mexico and these hot springs make that Oudenma remains ice-free. It becomes surrounded by kilometer-high ice walls, and outside from that, down to the Alps and the Pyrenees in one ring around the planet, all people become killed. So now we have south from there the tropics, and we start one new period called the Arctics, and the Arctics start within Oudenma, within Atlantis Oudenma. In this period, the Aser and the Waner become disconnected. In this time, we go first outside from the ice. There starts to develop deserts. There start to develop all kinds of different climatological circumstances, and this catastrophe made that in certain areas where before whole this bowl was tropical, through the difference of circumstances, only certain species will be able to exist within certain continents. That's why we find kangaroo only in Australia. Yeah, and that's why we find zebra only in Africa. But when we had before the whole bowl tropical, this animal could exist everywhere. But because of the change of the axle of the Earth, these animals in certain regions lose the connection to their area. They can survive in these particular circumstances. Now also the people are disconnected, because before we had all one father, we were all son and daughter of pair. So now, just before Ice Age started, there is these many rabbis who are outside all over the planet to create these tribes consisting of Yaal, Kaal and Trail. So when the Ice Age comes, from 10 rabbis they divide this tropical part of the planet in 10. And all these 10 become kings. The first one we talk about is Pi king. Pi means ring, and ring means Sul, and Sul means sun. And this is the first of these king, who is now becoming like the bok outside from the ice. So this Rabbi, he is becoming like the bok outside from the ice, and from his sperm are now coming one group of people, which we today call Chinese people. He is making again this 5-class system by himself, but on a little bit different way than this original system. Another one is Narkasul, another one is Rasul, another one is Sultan, another one is Sul-Iman. They all have this Sul name inside them. So when we find all these figures from the mythology who have this Sul inside, we come to the name of these 10 kings who under the Ice Age have been creating 10 different race of people, 10 tropical race of people. They become in very funny circumstances. They lose the contact with Oudenma, so now we don't have any more one information center. We are starting to have outside from the ice 10 information center. So in order to keep track of all the people coming from this different sperm line, from this 10 sperm line, these Rabbi are changing in the sound of the Ban language, so we start to get 10 different race with 10 different language based on the Ban language. they change in the sound so they can keep track of these people. So if I am one Indian and I'm going to China, I become catch straight away, and so they bring me back to where I come from, because I have to stay within this breeding system of people as it is rolling under the Ice Age. So this planet become divided in 10. Inside the ice, they don't have any more to create this Waner now. They only remain Aser because they have only Ood and Ma left. So now we start one new period where sun and moon move together. Sul Shiva and Moon Shiva, the sun disk and the moon disk, they move together. So we get only one Shiva called Raphael. So under the Ice Age we don't have one Bok and one Ra, we have only one person, Bok and Ra, who is performing both functions under the name of Raphael. And the swan, she is called Sa-Ra. Sa means you get and Ra means Ra, so Sa-Ra means that she gets Ra. And Raphael and Sa-Ra now create 7 sons and 7 daughters, not anymore 12, because they don't need 12, because they need 12 only in order to create all these Ban people on the planet. Raphael and Sarah making 7 sons and 7 daughters, and now coming in completely new circumstances called arctical circumstances, which make that they start to create agricultural systems based on animal and on plant. From the goat they create the pig, the sheep and the cow, who are all animal with spalted hoof. And now the goat was the only animal with spalted hoof from before Ice Age. So all these animal with spalted hoof, they come from this goat from under the Ice Age, which also make the goat to adapt to being a different goat than we have it from before Ice Age. He become long-haired goat. So from the goat we get the pig, the sheep and the cow, and from the peacock they create chicken. Also the vegetation is changing, because the palm tree is not doing very well up there in the north, so no more banana, papaya and coconut, so we start to get what we call arctical vegetation, which they do by grafting on trees. They create different kinds of trees who are able to survive in arctical circumstances. And in the same time, through that, they are creating new seeds, which provide us with bread and cheese and rock and roll under the Ice Age. Bread coming from this new seed, and cheese from all this cow, goat and sheep system what we get. Very nice to get sheep so they can put on clothes, so they don't have to freeze so much in this small hole in Atlantis. Anyway, they had nice warm over there, because all hot water from the Gulf of Mexico was anyway making a very pleasant atmosphere in this particular area. So now they set it out up there, and these people had now a very small group of people. This Aser, they were a small group of people, and the only thing they had to do was now to continue and to continue and to continue and to preserve all this knowledge and this creation of new system and knowledge on the planet. So in order to get all these things and name them, they created from the Aas language and the Waan language one third language called the English language, the English language, which is a combination of the Root and the Waan language. If I look at English, I see always half of the words is Root and the other half is completely Finnish. Half and half. It's a combination language, but it's difficult to see when you have the sounds as you have them today in your brain, because in the Root we have different sounds than in the English, but we write them quite same anyway. So under Ice Age they speak only this Root language, but they keep this Waan language as it was spoken before Ice Age, and they create this new language, English language. So now they have 3 languages up there, who are all based on the same system, the original, on this planet. Now Raphael and Sarah, they are sitting there in this hole in the ice for 50 million years. in one breeding system, and we are coming then to the second Ragnarök, the second destruction of Acer, after 50 million years, being 10,003 years back, when we are finishing the Ice Age. Now the Acer, they become aware of that because the ice is going down in 4 periods that we know about. So 10,003 years we come to that situation that this hot water from the Gulf of Mexico in many million years has also been eating northwards along the coast of Norway. So there comes that day that it will make a hole in between the ice covering the North Pole and the ice covering the mountain or the fastland of Scandinavia. And the minute there comes one hole in between that ice on the North Pole and that ice on the mainland, this ice will shift. It will make one shift and kill the people in Udenma, in Altland East. So the Acer decide to get the hell out from that place, and they start to construct boats on which they put domestic animal and plants and seed that they have been acquiring during this 50 million year time period of Atlantis. So Rafael and Sarah, 10,003 years ago, ship in on boats filled with domestic animal and agricultural produce, and they go over the ice. They scale the ice with these boats with their 7 sons and 7 daughters, and the heart friends of the 7 sons and the 7 daughters. So altogether 30 people who in 50 million year time had become blonde with blue and green eyes because of the phenomena that they are 6 months of the year away from the sun, and the other 6 months they receive only a little bit of sun, which make them to be blonde with blue and green eyes. So now we can start to speak about Arctical people and tropical people who are dark with brown and black eyes, and we can start to talk about Arctical animal and Arctical vegetation and tropical vegetation. They come out, these 30 people with all their boats, they glide down from the ice, and they come to open water that has already been created by all this hot water in what we today call the Baltic or East Sea, and they sail west to one island called Bokland, which today is called Gotland. And on the northwest coast of this island we find caves, and they move in these caves. And when they move in these caves, the second Ragnarök is starting, the second destruction of Acer. There comes this hole in between the ice 10,003 years ago, and the whole ice is shifting south, takes up enormous stone on the Vestland side and destroy whole Udenma and all Acer who are left inside there. It was one very big Ättestupa. And all this ice and stone roll over to Estonia on the other side of the Finnish Gulf, where we find the rest of Atlantis still today. Now Rafael and Sarah, with their 7 sons, 7 daughters, and these heart friends and all these pig, sheep, cow, Arctical vegetation and animal, they sit in these caves on this island called Bokland, today called Gotland. And there they survive, because north from this island you have what we call Norviken, or Bottenviken, this gulf which is in between today Finland and Sweden. So on the land side, this stone and this ice take up all this stone and polish whole this nature over there. That is the reason why on the Finnish and the Swedish side we find this completely polished granite archipelagos, where Gotland is actually one chalk cliff. Completely, it's not polished at all, because the water north from that made that when the ice come down it nicely floated by this island, because there was not any stone the ice could take up and through that destroy this island. So it was the only place where they actually could survive from this Ragnarök. After the Ice Age they straight away split up again, sun and moon. So they start to create again 12 sons and 7 daughters in the first period after the Ice Age called Eureka period, which is one culture based on sun, moon, star and fishing. I think we have a break over here and I will continue from there with the second part. Thank you. Rolling? Full power. Okay.
The first period after the Ice Age we call Eureka period, because now these people are staying on this island called Bokland. Today called Gotland. And Eureka period is based on sun, moon, star and fishing, to put it very shortly. So on that island they again divide sun and moon. So we again create the 12th son and the 7 daughters, from where again is rolling out the system of Rabi, Nar, Disa and Sienere. In this period, which lasts 1,000 years, they are also bringing out all this seed and agricultural life in the second period called Engrike period. The Eng means one meadow. So it's one meadow empire period in one way, to make a quite free translation, where they bring out all this seed to the next island over from Bokland called Öland. And there they establish all this, what we call arctical nature, as we have it today around the planet in this arctical sphere. So all this seed and animal that they bring out, they are planting in front of them in the same time this system is rolling out. And that brings us to one day 9,003 years back, exactly 1,000 years after the second Ragnarök, when the ice has been retreating from the mainland of Finland, which made rivers starting to float down again, so the people could make use from the river system in order to populate all this area. 9,003 years ago starts Eureka period, the river empire period, and in this year Bok and Ra decide to move back to Hell to again establish Aser within Udenma and Vaner outside Udenma, but now not tropical people, arctical people. When Bok and Ra moved back to Hell to create this system, 2 of the more than 12 sons of Bok jump out. One is called Sven, and Sven is going with his Svenskarar up to Mälaren, to the archipelago around where today Stockholm is situated, and he is creating his hell in one town called Uppsala. And another son that is moving out, he is called Dan. And Dan is going with his Danskarar, the men of Dan, to one area called Julland. Jul means wheel, in this particular case relating to the life wheel. Leaves Hjulet, the life wheel, which is rolling out on 24 of 12. So Dan, he is creating the mark of Dan, Denmark. So now, when Bok and Ra move back, and Sven, one of the more than 12 sons, and Dan, one of the more than 12 sons, are creating their respective systems, we actually start to get 3 races of white people on the planet. The original one, the Pirouette family, is moving back to Hell. And they again establish their whole system based on the 8 powers, Hel, Bok, I, Uden, Ra, Tur, Frey and Freya. Where Dan and Sven are basing their system on 4 power, Uden, Tur, Frey and Freya. They couldn't take 8 power because Hel was in Finland. Bok moved back to Udenma, so they couldn't take Bok. They couldn't take I, because I automatically moves back with Bok to Finland. They could take Uden, because Uden was the son, but in Sven and Dan's system, Uden became the king. They couldn't take Ra, because the first son, he had moved back with Bok to Udenma. They could take Tur, the heart friend,
but Thor, the heart friend, became some kind of thunder god. They could take Frey and they could take Freya. So that is the reason why we in Northwest and West Europe have 4 power, where we in Udenma from their system have rolling out 8 powers. They create 2 et. Sven is creating Linga et, and Dan is creating Paul et. So now we have 3 et. We have Pirouet in Udenma, Linga et in Uppsala, and Paul et in Jylland. Linga et and Paul et are names that are derived from one berry called lingun berry in root language, or puolukka in Vaan language, or whortleberry in English language. Linga has to do with lingaphone, language, linguistics, lingam, all relating to speech. And in Vaan language we call this berry puolukko, which relates to exactly the same berry. So we get, based on the sounds, these 2 et, Linga et and Paul et. Now in this Linga et and Paul et system, the Sven and Dan, they become the kings, the we kings. We, the kings, the we kings, the Vikings. Where the first son of the king is becoming the crown prince, and he will be the king when the old king dies. Their system is rolling out in about 5,000 years. From Sven is going out one group of people who takes the northern direction, going over to Norway. Okay. We'll give him a chance. From Sven is going out one group of people who goes north and creates Norway and the king system of Norway, and from there going over to Iceland and down to Scotland. And from Dan is going out this Polet group of people who is going over to Poland, Saxonland, Holland, Frankenland, Switzerland, and from Frankenland go over in the form of Anglo-Saxon to England. So in England, Polet in the south and Lingaet in the north are meeting. Now, Lingaet is representing the red rose, and Polet, Polukko, it's white, is one white rose. So when the red rose and the white rose are meeting in England, later on in the history they started the War of Roses to decide who is now the real king of England. They are bringing out this agricultural system, so they are planting all these trees in this particular area of Europe and unrolling at the same time they are unfolding their system. So it took them about 1,000 years to come over to England. So in England we find traces of agricultural societies 8,000 years back. 3,000 years before we find it in the great cultural centers that we know about of Egypt, Mesopotamia, Sumer, Indus Valley and China. Now we go back to the other side. We leave these people, they're filling up this area. Within 5,000 years they are coming down to the Alps and the Pyrenees. On the east side, Pirouet is rolling out. They are again creating Aser in Udenma and Waner outside Udenma, all the way up to the north, where the border become the Tornio, the river of Tur, which is dividing Finland from what we today call Sweden. And east from there is rolling out the new system of the Pirouette family from Finland and again creating Rusland as it was before Ice Age, but now not anymore all over this planet, only in that area what is totally uninhabited. Because these tropical people, they don't come up over this borderline of Alps, Pyrenees, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, going east to China. There is nothing there. There is only growing Arctical vegetation. Tropical vegetation is not coming up to that particular area. So of course these people stay there where they have been for the last 50 million years. So in 5,000 years, Bok and Ra are rolling out this system, and in 5,000 years fill up Rusland up to China, the Caspian Sea, the Black Sea, and the border between Lingaet, Polet and Pirouette on the other side becomes somewhere in the middle of Europe, there where today Hungary is. So east from that line people were speaking Finnish in a very long time, and in Rusland actually up to the year 987, exactly 1,000 years back. They are again reconstructing this Aser in Udenma, Hellstan, which became totally destroyed in the second catastrophe, the second Ragnar Oak. Ra is the king, Gnar means you gnaw, and Oak means desert. So it's this desert that is gnawing on this race-creating system of people, which creates this sound Ragnarök. They are also reconstructing Rasepuri in Tuna. They are again creating Hellstan and Tunastan. So the foundation stone to Rasepuri Castello is created 9,003 years back. They create the same system again, and now I will take out these Van names as they are in the Finnish language. Bok, he is called Lemminkäinen, and Swan, she is called Joutsen. And Lemminkäinen and Joutsen create 12 sons and 7 daughters. The first son is called Seppu Ilmarinen. Ra Seppu Ri, the castle of Ra, Ra Seppu Ri. Seppo is the first son of Lemminkäinen and Joutsen, and the 12th son, when he becomes 27, gets the title Lemminkäinen, so his father becomes Väinämöinen. So we talk about Frey and Freya, Sampo and Aino, Lemminkäinen, Joutsen, Seppo Ilmarinen, Maja, and Ukko and Akka. Or Ukko and Väinämöinen is the same. Väinämöinen is one mythological figure. The name is representing a mythological figure because the name Väinämöinen is coming from Wienö Mö I Nen. Wienö is this particular island where this Bok family been staying in millions of years. Mö means one virgin, in this one case relating to Maya, the queen. I is this talking pole, totem pole, thinking pole, from where are coming all these nen, ich minen, meaning the people. So Väinämöinen is one figure created of stories by Maya. So in the Rasti, we are now talking about Väinämöinen. They are rolling out in 5,000 year time with all this system, and again this whole appreciation system is starting again after Ice Age to all this direction where they are unfolding. And continuing again with this 50 million year old Darkwaner, when they are meeting them 5,000 years ago, when they have been filling up whole Rusland, down to the Black Sea, Caspian Sea and up to China, they are meeting 50 million year old black Waner, dark Waner. And there the confusion is starting, 5,000 years back. First, about 5,000 years ago, in order to establish one original breeding system in Africa, where everything had been changing under the Ice Age, certain people had been remaining within these sperm lines of Rasul and Sultan and Suleiman in the different areas of Africa, but also some people had been separated from all this system through natural or whatever kind of circumstances, which made that certain people in Africa are much smaller than other people in the same continent, which made that these people under Ice Age have been Now before in Africa we had one river called Aura, and Aura is also the river, the holy river of Waner, which we find going from the southwest point of Finland inland. From Turku it's going inland, the holy river of Waner called Aura. And the same river we found also in Africa up to about 5,000, 4,000 years ago. This river was called Aura river. And there is one mythology about that river, or this area, that in the future the kingdom of North Nile and South Nile will come together. As and Wan will come together. Aswan is this area where that should happen, according to this mythology what we find from Egypt. When this Pharaoh comes there, he changed this Aura river name based on this cotton plant from which he get linen, lean, L-E-N, the other way around, N-E-L, Nile. So we get one new name on this river called the Nile, or Nile River as it is called in English. He also starts to build pyramid based on all kind of sun, moon and star system. Whole mathematics relating to this system is within these pyramids.
Michel?
Sure, go for it. These pyramids, they are based on mathematics. Now before, all mathematics was by the woman. The woman made the astrology, and also they know everything about mathematics, because one woman was before called Kvinna in root language, Kvinna. And Kvinna, the sound Kvinna starts with Q. And Q is the symbol relating to mathematics. So before all women were called Kvinna, but in England it became only the wife of the king, who became the queen, and all other became women. Now, it's the same, in this pyramid thing, in the sound of it, one masculine he has Q, but feminine have Pu. Pu is this female association relating to the sexual organ and also the mathematic. Ra is the king, and Meet means in the middle. So it became one center, one culture by this Pharaoh then, who in his ego created something called Amun-Ra, Asanas Mun-Ra, but called himself the sun god. He has this enormous knowledge. He is coming from this family up there. He is blonde. He is coming down there. He knows all the names of the days of the week in the root sound, by which these people can relate vaguely through all kinds of stories from before. So he confuses these people by making from this moon one sun. So that is why the reason why in Egypt Ra is the sun, where in the original heathen system it's the moon. He also became like a god. Yeah, and he was putting himself in this pyramid, and not anymore in this old system of heathen time, where you burn and you bring the ash, become removed to the oak trees in Udenma. We was before all belonging to these oak trees. So our ash after we died, whether we lived in Australia, Tahiti, Fiji or South America or Europe, your ash was brought back to your family tree, your oak tree in Udenma, up to the Ice Age. Yeah, the Ice Age made that it become a different system. But before all ash went back to Udenma, so the soul go through this root, through the stem of the tree, to the head of the tree, to the leaf, and from the leaf it leaves to the hole, and from the hole it goes to the hole E. This system became destroyed, so they start all kind of magic up there, putting Pharaoh in temple, in one box, in one sarcophagus, what make that the Fulgia, the soul, cannot leave. It's when you put the soul in one metal box, or in any box which you close, the soul cannot leave, so it cannot go back into the system. So it's very important to get the souls back into the system if we want to keep the system and not save them in all kinds of metal boxes on the mantelpiece. 3,800 years ago, again, one of the 12 sons of Bok, about 3,800 years ago, he is going away to the east to do a similar thing. And he is leaving with a lot of domestic animals and a lot of this arctical vegetation. And he is going to South Asia. He is also one of the more than 12 sons of Bok. And when he comes there, he is in this particular area. We have this king line from this Rabi from under the Ice Age called Narkasul. Nar means one nar, Kas means one rock, and Sul means again sun, this mountain. So Narkasul is the name of this king who in South Asia is making this breeding system. And he does that from Puskar. Puskar. Skar means you divide, and Pu means oak tree. So Puskar means you divide oak tree from Puskar, this place in Rajasthan where this Narkasul was having his palace. After the Ice Age, when they started, when Bok and Swan, or Ravel and Sarah, come out up to Gotland, to Bokland, they give out one new story, what is one future story. And this story is based on one rhyme, as we have it still left. And I will first tell it in root language and then go over to it in English, which goes as follows, that Han Udens man kom som asernas boet til Asien met Udens wisdom som gör de bocken till en bra man, en god man, som skapade goda mänskor, fulgior, valkyrior, which means Han Udens man, Hanuman, he the man from Uden, comes to Asia, come till Asien, met Udens wisdom, Vishnu, who made the book to be a Brahman, Brahman, a good man who create good people, soul and valkyrior. Now this Hanuman are these 10 brothers to Ra and or to Seppo Ilmarinen and to Lemminkäinen. These 10 in between, they are Hanuman, Han Udens man. And these 10 are going to these 10 different king who has been making these 10 different race outside from the ice, under the Ice Age. These Hanumans are going there after the Ice Age
to reinforce this breeding system. I will give the example based on Hindustan. In order to uplift again this creating of people on the planet, these Hanumans have to go out to all these 10 particular areas. So they are these 10, this Hanuman. And this Asur gives for them out one story which should be transferred to the different Rastis around the planet in the tropical world, that in the future there will be, in the 19th century, born in the Bok family one twin. And the first boy that comes out, he should get the name Carl Gustav Bok. And he should go together with one girl who should have the name Wilhelmina. Wil means I want, Hel means hell, and Mina means my people. So Wilhelmina means that I want to bring my people back to hell. From Carl Gustav Bok and Gustava Wilhelmina should come one daughter who should be born in one Asernas year. Now we have the system of counting of Aser and Waner. The Aser count till 12 and the Waner count till 10 before we change. So in English we count 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. In Dutch we count 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. In German 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we change, yeah, in root. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So we change from 12. So this is the 12 system of counting, where in the Finnish language we count 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 12, 13. So they start to toista from 10. Like in Hindi, Saat, Aat, Now, Das, Gera, Bara, Tera. So they start to Ra, Ra, Ra from 10. The same in Japanese, the same in Italian, Spanish, Swahili, any language you can take which is based on the Van language, they all start to count, to change their counting from 10. Whereas the Ars languages, or the languages related to the root language, are all based on the 12 system. So from there we can see exactly this division that occurs in Middle Europe, where these Waner are meeting these root-related languages. That's the reason why they say that the Hungarian language has some similarity with the Finnish language, which it has in its basic construction, but not in its spoken form. From this one Asanas year is one year where the last two numbers are creating 12. So for example 1955 is 10, 5 and 5 is 10, so that is one Vananas year, where 1966 is 6 and 6 is 12, is one Asanas year, 48 is one Asanas year, 64 is one Vananas year, 73 is one Asanas year, one Vananas year. Like this we find out which year is As and which year is Van. So in the 19th century, in last century, in one Asanas year should come from Carl Gustav Bok one daughter who should get the name Christ I Na, Vistur I A. And after that, the first boy born, he should get the name Knut Vistur. And when Knut Vistur is 27 years old, he should go together with one woman, and from him should come one son, and he should get the name Raphael. Now Raphael is occurring when Sol Shiva and Moon Shiva is going together, like under Ice Age. So this Raphael, he should become the Shiva. And in the mythology, this Shiva is going together with Parvati. And from Shiva and Parvati is coming one son, Ganesh. Gan means power or son. No, sorry. Gun means one gun. This is our gun.
And this gun you use to create people, not to kill people. And S means sun, so gun S means like this, sun power, symbol what he is relating to. That means that when we have this gun S, we should come to that situation that we could finish that breeding system, because in this outgoing system of Hanumans after the Ice Age, we could uplift in one breeding system all people on this planet to the same level as the Aser coming out of Ud and Ma, who had been able from the original system to continue under the Ice Age and after the Ice Age, which would have made that the breeding system became unnecessary because the human being would have been complete, which made that any woman from that moment could choose any man to get one child from. So that was this whole vision that we were living with 10,000 years ago on this planet. Obviously everything went wrong. This Hanuman, he is taking D from his father Per. Hanuman is bringing the D to Narkasul, who is lying in his divan and receiving this D. Being a Vaner, he is D'ing from this Hanuman, so he get contact with Per. Hanuman is Narkasul is going together with the most beautiful woman in his area, who become the swan. From Narkasul and the swan is coming the crown prince, who will, the first boy born will be the crown prince, who become Narkasul when the old Narkasul die. Narkasul also go together with second, third, fourth, fifth most beautiful. And from this woman are coming Maharadya. Ma means land, Ha means you have. So Maha means you have the Ma, you have the land. Ra is Ra, and D means you drink, and A means Aser. So Maharadya, who are the sons of the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth most beautiful in South Asia, and all Maharadya take one area. Or they have one area. So the Narkasul is making as many Maharadya as he has been dividing his South Asian empire in. Maharadya is going together with the most beautifuls in his particular area, and from this Maharadya and most beautiful is coming Radya, who is becoming like the Jarl. He gets like particular areas within one Maharaja system, and he is the highest within the different villages that occur there. And in that villages, the Kar women, as they are called in Hindustan, are choosing, or the Kar women in the whole area of one Radya are choosing, or of all these Radyas, they are choosing the biggest Radya. There are coming many Radyas, but these Kal women are choosing the biggest Radyas. Yeah, it's now the biggest. And from that Radya and Kar woman is coming the Kar man and the Kar woman, and now from the lowest class, the Gati woman is choosing the biggest of this Kar men. So from Maharaja, creating Narkasul, new Narkasul, to Maharaja, to Raja, there is always chosen the most beautiful and healthy, most beauty and healthy. But under that, the Kar and Gati, they are choosing the biggest. Okay. Now this system is going on up to the day that this one of the more than 12th son, 3,800 years ago about, is coming down with all his domestic animal.
And he is killing Narkasul system, according to the story still being played in the theater in Hindustan, with the teeth of one boar. And he is called Krishna. And Krishna is coming down with one Asur girl, and she is in the mythology called Radha. Ra is Ra, the king, and Da is Asana's day, the day of Ra. And Krishna and Radha are destroying the breeding system in Asia. They are destroying this Narkasul system, which is based on the same system as the heathen, because in South Asia, Narkasul, he is Rama. He is the king. And he has one heart friend called Laxman. Lux relate to luck, to luxury, luck, nature, law. Lux is also one fish called salmon, sulmoon. He has one woman called Sita, Asana Sita, who is the queen. And her heart friend is Sarasvati. We have Parvati, I order you to be one par. And we have Sarasvati. Sa means you get, Ra is Ra. And they are these four figures of this Hindu pantheon with whom all people identify. Now when Krishna come and kill Narkasul system, we don't anymore talk about Rama, Lakshman, Sita and Sarasvati. Lakshman become Lakshmi, me the Laks, unending gold pouring out from the hands. And this man become transferred in one woman, because he is creating one couple system. He is creating Krishna and Radha. So there is not anymore this Tur, this heart friend, this Lakshman and this Sarasvati. Sarasvati become the goddess of learning, who is put totally on the side. You find her very seldom in the altogether pantheon today. Now, in that way, Krishna, he is taking this name based on this future story of Kristina, who is coming. When Kristina is coming, in the next following order, this Shiva, Parvati, Ganesh story will appear, after which this breeding system is finished. So any woman can choose any man to get one child from. Now, he is running very fast up front, 3,800 years ago about, so he say that he is this Christ based on this Kristina, and he is giving the freedom to these people, this Krishna, that now this woman can go together with one man. Which make that now not anymore one Gati woman is choosing one Kar man, and one Kar woman is choosing one Radha. Now Kar man and Kar woman start to make children together. Gati man and Gati woman start to make children together. So we develop the caste system as we know it today, where I am over you. Because we had no relationship with each other anymore. When Kar man and Kar Gati become one tribe in themselves, the Gati become one tribe in themselves, the Kar become one tribe in themselves, the Yal become one tribe in themselves, the Ruset people become one tribe in themselves. So we destroy this relationship, what we had before in one breeding system. We was all one family, but now I am higher than you, because you Gati men are marrying one Gati woman. So what you have to do with that? No? I am from Kargast, so I am of course over the Gati. So this destroy this whole system, and we start to develop new kind of relationship to each other. This make that this Rabi and Sienere, who are the children of Narkasul in the Narkasul system, become without job. And they heard via caravan that in Egypt anyway one pharaoh then is making one original breeding system. Although he is fooling in the sound system, naming things in one different way. He is anyway making one original system, so this Rabi and Sienere, who are the children of Narkasul, they decide to split from the system, because now we have this Krishna Radha king system there, so they decide to split to Egypt, where they arrive about 3,500 years ago. And they want to get one job in this Pharaohden system, but he doesn't accept them. He keeps them quite down as one trail cast in Egypt, constructing little bit pyramids. So these people decide to ask for help from hell. So about 3,300 years ago, it's come down one of the more than 7 daughters of Bok. She is going down to Egypt, and her name is Moorse, Mother Sea, Moorse. And she is taking out this Rabi and Sienere from Egypt, and she brings them to Israel. Is means the eyes, Is, Ra means Ra, and El means law. She brings this Rabi and Sienere out from Egypt, and she make one book, where for the first time in the history of this planet we are making one mark for every sound. These marks for every sound, this A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, was kept in this Bok family in Udenma. So the mark of this sound never been given out. So before in the heathen time, we were also writing, but we were writing in the form of what we call rune. We had rune script, rune writing. And one rune is one mark, where, for example, you create one rune like this. This is now one rune. And this can mean my nose, my grandmother, my grandfather, nice day tomorrow, we'll meet you Saturday afternoon, 7 o'clock under the big oak tree. This is one mark that tells one story. Like, for example, the Chinese language. Chinese language is one rune script, or the hieroglyph in Egypt. So, in order to be able to understand this mark, you had to have 10,000 of associations in your brain in order to be able to read all that marks that were carved out on wood usually and transferred to all corners of the planet. So you had one special job called one runekar, who was reading how this kind of rune, who had knowledge about rune. Now, when you start in this Torah book, what Moses writes, the first 5 chapters, called the Torah book, where she make one mark for 22 sounds, what is used in this Hebrew language. You don't anymore need to have 10,000 of association in your brain in order to relate to one particular system. You need only 22 mark in your brain. 22 mark, and with this 22 mark you read and you read and you read and you read and you read, but there is no way that you can separate that what is natural and logical from that what is unnatural, normal or unlogical. There is no way. So we become book reading people with this introduction of making one mark for every sound, where before only certain people who had the understanding of 10,000 of rune, which make that you use a much larger part of your brain and could establish and keep all this relationship to nature as we had it before. In this book become for the first time introduced God, and God is coming from the root sound good, and good is something what we have inside us. This book become called Tur Ra because she is creating also, like Krishna, this Adam and Eva system, one man and one woman, so the Tur become kicked out. There is no more Tur, there is no more heart friend, so anytime you have problem now, you start to read in that book. because now the book, the Torah, has become our heart friend. Before you went to ask your friend, one girl went to ask her girlfriend, but now we don't have this system anymore in this Adam and Eva system, so every problem you have to solve from the book, where is made whole this story about the Ark of Noah, where we are now presenting 2 species of every animal on this planet in one boat sailing to different parts of this planet in order to survive after this big flood. Now as she know about what happened, because she comes from this Bok family, what has this story where all this domestic animal and domestic plant life has been transferred on boats out from Atlantis to Bokland. Krishna also made one writing system called Sanskrit, sun writing, where he anyway doesn't make a mark for each sound. He is keeping this rune system quite intact. "500 years before Christ, about, again, one of the more than 12 sons of Bok is leaving from Udenma, and he is called Buddha. Now Buddha is coming from Hanudens man, Hanuman, who comes from Asarna's boot, Buddha. Asarna's boot means messenger, so Buddha means a messenger from As. And this Gautama Buddha, he is coming, and in the story they say that he is from one king family. In this Buddhist scripture, he is blonde he has blonde hair, he has fair hair, he has golden hair in the Buddhist scripture and blue eye, and he is born in Lumbini. Now if he is born in Lumbini, there is no way he can have blonde hair. So he is coming from the north, and he is coming as a reformer, because he sees that his whole system has gone bankrupt there in South Asia. We get this class system, enormous confusion under these people. So Buddha, he is, according to this story, one of the more than 12 sons of Bok who is going down there, and he tried to re-establish something related to the natural system, with which he succeeds during a certain period of time, but when his thing become taken over by King Ashok, who is building one enormous Mauryan empire, which is based on this Buddhist philosophy. But the minute King Ashok died, this empire is falling into pieces. And during this period, these Brahmin priests, who have been losing the power they have been receiving on this Krishna story, are in one book writing system. 200 years before Christ, they start to give out all this kind of war story called Mahabharata, where they are re-establishing the power that they had been losing during the period Buddha has been spreading his philosophy through King Ashok later on, and so on and so on. So in this way, the Buddhism become more or less eradicated from the South Asian continent and moves northward into Tibet and China and Japan. Again, around the year 0, one of the more than 12 sons of Bok, he is going down to Byzance with one woman, and he becomes rådgivare, advisor to the Sultan in Istanbul, in Constantinople, in Byzance. And he gets a very high position over there. They become very close. The Sultan, who is this Arabi, who has been keeping this line from under this 50 million year period of Ice Age. This man, he has this high position over there, so he becomes sent by the Sultan with his wife to the court of the, or with his woman, to the court of the Pharaoh in Egypt. This man and this woman, they get one son who grows up on the court of the Pharaoh in Egypt, and he is very well known as Jesus. And he is growing up at that court, and he sees all this system from one of his relatives who has all this pyramid structure system over there, and on the other side of the water he is looking to this Torah system as it's being played out from this Moses book. And via caravan he get all kind of news about Krishna and Buddha in Asia. So he becomes very interested in that, and he splits from Egypt straight to Asia. He never been in Israel before. He's going to Asia, and he is finding out all he can find out there about Krishna and Buddha, and one day he is coming back with this Buddha feeling that he wants to be also some kind of reformer in this whole system of Moses that is doing the same bankruptcy thing around the Mediterranean. They are having much problem with these people, this Rabbi and Sienere. The Sienere are leaving from that situation. The Sienere, these deep sea people, they go away. They go back to Oudenma. So they take the way north through Europe and go up to Oudenma. But these Arabi-related people, they stay in this area of Israel. So according to this story, the deep sea or the gypsy people and the Jewish people, they are the same people. They are both the children of Narkasur. These people have problem because there is all these kings, these heathen kings around them who are fighting this system from the morning to the evening. There is this one very famous one called Nebuchadnezzar, and when you turn him around you get Rasendagubbe, which means one very angry old man, who of course was beating a little bit on that system because he thought it was not right. Now anyway, they extradited themselves from that position and established themselves as it was, and in that situation, as they had been establishing themselves, there arrives one guy called Jesus, or he called himself in the more Arabic language as Isa ben Hakubu, and when you turn Hakubu around, you find Oedens Bok Asarna's home. So he probably have something to do with up there. And when he is coming there, he called himself Jesus Christus, where he is now doing the same Christ thing as Krishna has been doing in Asia. Now, when Krishna come there, and all this Rabbi and Sienere have to leave because they have no more job in the new Krishna Radha system, and when he is coming there and presenting himself also as one Christ, based again on this Christina story, of course these Rabbi people get very angry on him and put him on one shame pole. He is trying to bring back the heart. Yeah, he has many sermons about the heart. He wants to bring back the heart under the people. But when he does that on the name Christ and say that he is son of God, this Rabbi, for these people to do, that was too much for them. So they put him on one shame pole, and there he stands, and I don't know if they was throwing tomato or egg or not, but anyway, after some time, his friends take him off this shame pole, and they split to Srinagar in Kashmir, where Jesus died in old age, and he become burned up there, and his ash become thrown in the Ganga at Varanasi. Varanasi, he is coming from Nazaret, Nazaret. When you turn Nazar, you get Ra, son, and Et means this family thing. Nazaret. Nazar and Asar, knowledge of Asar, Nazaret. So they make one whole story about him. About 600, 700 years after Christ, again, one of the more than 12 son of Bok is leaving, and he is going down to Arabia. And his name is Muam the Et of Muam, and he again gives a little bit more freedom to this almost established Adam and Eva system, where he gives the right for every man to have 4 women. Not for 4 women to choose whatever man they like, but every man can have 4 women. So in that system they start an enormous production of people who in a couple of 100 years time take over almost half planet, because they run from Morocco to China, yeah, and they kill everything what comes in between. So they are bringing the new belief system on the planet, which is based also on the Torah book. So now, from this Torah book, after Christ, we are getting, after the year 0, we are getting 3 religions, all based on the same book, the Jewish religion, and the Christian religion, and the Muslim religion. some 100 years after, when from this Jewish people is coming one offshoot called Christianity. Because all these business people who are established around these ports in the Mediterranean are finding that based on this book system then they can create a much better business system. So they are creating, with different people coming out from this Christian stream that is developing over there, they get like what we call bishop, who in one conference 325 after Christ in the Council of Nicaea are changing all heathen festival days to be Christian religion holidays in one book called the New Testament. This is all happening in the time of the Roman Imperium. The Roman Imperium is divided in two, in one West Roman Imperium and one East Roman Imperium. The West Roman Imperium is based on the Rasul system, which is running out from West Crete, West Creta. Creta is divided in two. We have East Crete and we have West Crete. And from West Crete is rolling out Rasul system, where from East Crete is rolling out Sultan system. West Crete system is based on Jupiter system, Jupiter per system, and East Crete is based on Zeus system. So there is two of this mythology which is rolling out from the same island. Sultan system, in this happening of business what now start to occur around the Mediterranean, makes that his center is moving in the 300-400s after Christ to Constantinople, creating one town in that particular area. East Roman thing is rolling out from Constantinople. And the West Roman thing is rolling out from Rome. Based on the West on this Jupiter system and on the East on this Zeus system. These two systems have been getting influx from new people moving south from this original system in the north, what is based on Gotland or Bokland as it is still called in that time, and this Aser in Oudenma are rolling out two systems from this Rus-et, what is based in this area, is going out one group of people called Etruski, who move in this West Roman system, and the Hellenists are moving in this East Roman system. Or have been moving in this particular system. Now, this Roman Empire is continuing up to the year 400, where this Roman system has their biggest Rasti, their biggest information center in this place called the Colosseum in Rome, where every year are coming this gladiator. Glad means glad, happy. E means this totem pole, talking pole, thinking pole. A means Aser, and tour means this heart friend. So this gladiator is this guy who coming in on one carrosserie in the Colosseum, where there is sitting 50,000 women looking to which of this guy I could get as one father to my child. One system, what was going on, because we know this Roman Imperium was one heathen imperium. So it was based on one breeding system. The year 400, through this whole new organization of business, what we have been getting in this area, this breeding system is falling in pieces.
So exactly the year 400 the Roman Imperium collapses, and now this new established system of book is taking over. We say the Christian religion is taking over, because on all the old Rastis, all this old information center, they are building Risti formed churches where one leg is longer. So now people in whole this area have to listen what the Pope in Rome is telling black letter on white paper. We don't have anymore this information based on one theater in the form of one circus as we have it in the heathen time. The year 400, when the Roman Imperium collapses, also the Danish Viking are taking over Gotland or Bokland, and it become called Goatland on the year 400. Before we had one trade system which was rolling from East Asia, from China, called the Silk Route, and from Southeast Asia all kind of spices and material was brought up to one area called Vijayanagar or Hampi. And from Vijayanagar all these goods were brought up by elephant to the red forts of Agra, Delhi and Jaipur. And from there by caravan it was transported, all these goods, to the Kasper Sea, the Caspian Sea, from where it went up in Laksurmbotar, which are boats which we can carry over rapids through the river system of Dnieper and Volga in Russia up to one big lake called Daluga. And from Daluga it's going over Vaneå to Bananasvik, the Finnish Gulf, from where it was transported through the archipelago of South Finland, of Uudenmaa, through Gotland, from where all these goods were distributed to all parts of Europe. But when the Danish Viking take over this area in the year 400, they have their business center in one place called Hedeby, where they now start to make ready-made article and transfer them the other way down to Busan. So we start this selling system the other way around. We start to have one system where they bring ready-made article from the north of Europe and sell them or trade them for gold, which become brought up in that way. Now when the church is taking over, they slowly start to move up north over this borderline, what was one natural border before, this Rhine and Danube river system going all the way to the Black Sea. So when they start to come more north, after a couple of 100 years, the Danish Viking, they get very nervous, because they are afraid that the church will take over their business route. Now, that created that in the year 789 the Vikings are making the first attack on England to scare the shit out of this new system that is coming north. So they go to England and they burn all churches, they destroy everything, they really scare the people not to join into this new system what is rolling up. That is the year 789, and in the year 845 we come to one figure called Ragnar Lodbrok, who is one Swedish Jarl. He is one Swedish Jarl family man, and Ragnar Lodbrok is going down with his ships to Paris. He is sailing down North Sea, coming in France, sailing up the Seine, going to Paris, and he destroy Paris. He ransacks Paris, he burns everything, and he empty all churches and leaves with ransom money of 7,000 pounds of silver back to the north. Now when he arrives in Denmark, this guy, he has so much gold, or so much silver, so much gold and silver, that he becomes straight away king of Denmark. Ragnar Lodbrok, he was married to one of the not married. He was together with one of the more than 7 daughters of Bok called Aasleuk, and from her he is getting 4 sons. One is called Björn Jernside, one is called Ivar Wietserk, one is called Ivar Beenleus, and one is called Sigurd Ormöga. And these 4 sons are playing an important role in this story, because she is related to this family, and because he is coming back with this enormous amount of silver, it gives one reason to push on the side this established line of Paulet kings. So he became king of Denmark. 10 years later, 855, Björn Jernside, he is following in the footsteps of his father, and he is going down to Paris, where they have just been rebuilding all churches. So he is emptying them out, and he is not satisfied with that. He has 62 drakenschip, as we call them, dragon boats, and with them he is going south. He is going along the Portuguese coast and the Spanish coast, and he is emptying out all churches. He is sailing up the Guadalquivir River, where he is emptying all churches, and from there he is going through the Strait of Gibraltar to the north coast of Africa, where he collects what they call blue men, probably Tuareg, who he uses as rowers on his boat going on a further expedition up to the Balear, these islands where today is Mallorca, Ibiza, where he is emptying out all churches. From there he is going over to Barcelona, emptying out all churches, and from there he goes up to France, to one town called Narbonne, where he is emptying out all churches, and from there he is going up the Rhone River, and also over there he is emptying all gold and silver from churches, all this handicraft what is made by people for these churches. And then he gets the idea that he wants to go and visit Rome, so he's going south for Italy, and he is coming to one beautiful marble town called Luna, and when he sees this town he thinks it must be Rome. But when he comes there and finds out it's not there, he gets so angry, so he destroys the whole town. He empties out everything, and now he has so much gold and silver, so he can't move anymore with his 62 ships. And he knows that when he'll go back through the Strait of Gibraltar, there will be this Moor fleet lying and waiting for him to take all this stuff he has been stealing from here and there and everywhere. So he is very clever, this guy. He is sailing over to one place, Alexandria, where he is melting down all these objects. He is melting it down and sends it by Laxurmboter up to the Black Sea, and from there through the river system of Dnieper and Volga and Dwina up to the Finnish Gulf, and from there down to Gotland, and he goes back with empty boats through the Strait of Gibraltar, where indeed this Mooric fleet is waiting for him. And he can do only one thing, and that is make what we call one guard lob. He makes one spare point where he is going with very big speed through this barricade of ships. He succeeds, he comes through with more than half of his 62 ships. And he remains alive himself, and now he is so angry on that he doesn't, he has been losing anyway quite a lot of men and ship and everything. So he sails back to the west coast of the Iberian Peninsula, and he goes to visit the king of Asturia, or the prince of Asturia, who he takes prisoner, and he extracts enormous amount of gold and silver in ransom before he let this king go. Now after that he goes up to Pamplona, where he empties little bit churches out, and after he's quite fed up. He's very tired, because now it's the year 862, 7 years of going around, and he wants to go home. So he's sailing back to Gotland, and when he arrives in Gotland, also his gold and silver has been arriving with his Laxurmboter. So he has so much gold and silver, so he becomes straight away king of Sweden. In that way, also on this Lingaed people, this king line of Lingaed has no function over there. So in the same time, because from South Rusland has been this mixture of 50 million year old dark Waner with this new white Waner, who has been eating in the system. Yeah, they have been getting together with the trail and cow woman, so it's eating in the system. This dark, it's slowly coming up, these dark people, through this mixture that we get in the west side between Paulet system and the South European and North African. On the east side it is between the Asian and this east blonde Asian people. Now, in that way, they are getting very big problems in what we call this Garden Empire, Gorda Rica, Rusland. So they ask for help, and they cannot get this help. They cannot get it from Udenma. This is trying to preserve its own system, and they are not in any war system, because war in the root sound means spring, and in spring you create new life on the planet. Yeah, so war has to do with creating of people, not with killing people, according to the sound. Now, this Rurik, who is this guy, who is this ruler in Ynglinget in Sweden, he is, because Björn Järnside is becoming the king of Sweden, he removed himself to Gorda Rica, Rusland, and he starts one line over there, where he gets one son, who become Erik Ringsson, and this Erik Ringsson, he become later on educated in Udenma, and from there, after Björn Järnside dies, he will continue, as in one sperm line of Ynglinget, to continue this king system in Sweden. And the other son is Ivan the First, from where is coming one other line of people who is mixing with this Sultanate, which is centered in Constantinople. Now, that brings us to the year 987, where on the east side, in Gorda Rica, Rusland, Vladimir, the ruler of Kiev, who is related to the Sultanate system, he is in that situation that the church is in the process of taking over all this east system. Now, the church already been splitting up in two. From Rome and Constantinople, we get Roman Catholic and Greek Orthodox church system. So 987, Vladimir, he is marrying the sister to the emperor of Constantinople, Anna. And when Vladimir marry Anna, in the same time, whole Gorda Rica, Rusland go over to Greek Orthodox Church. From this Erik Ringsson, who is continuing after Björn Järnside has been dying as king of Sweden, he is continuing this Ynglinget line, and from Erik Ringsson is coming one guy called Erik Eriksson, and from Erik Eriksson is coming Erik Segersel, and from Erik Segersel is coming Olof Skötkung, and Olof Skötkung, he is king in Sweden around the year 1000, and exactly the year 1000 he is removing his capital from Uppsala to Sigtuna, and he gets 1007 one crown prince called Anund Jakob. He also has one daughter called Ingegerd, and with one former marriage, or one former going together with one Jarl daughter called Edla, he is having one son called Emund and one daughter called Astrid. Yeah, this Jarl daughter is called Estrid, and from Estrid come Emund and Astrid, and from Edla is coming Emund and Astrid, and from Estrid is coming Anund Jakob and Ingegerd. 1008, this Olof Skötkung, he become crowned by the bishop of Sigtuna, and that make that his crown prince, Anund Jakob, being 1 year old, will be
educated in the church system, which make that whole Sweden is now 1008 going over to the Roman Catholic system. Now in this time we have been coming to that result that the only original heathen system left on the planet is in Uudenmaa, in the south of Finland. So these people sit there and they are waiting for that period when one of the two systems is coming to take Uudenmaa. So they decide, they know that the third Ragnarök is coming, because there should be 3 Ragnarök on this planet, after which there shouldn't come any more Ragnaröks. And the last Ragnarök is happening on the 24th of 1050. The 24th of July 1050, the third Ragnarök is starting, when from Åland, these islands between Finland and Sweden, is coming one army, what has been coming from Helvetia, from Switzerland, what is one army, what the popes are using in their different systems of trying to organize their imperium. This Helvetia army is coming up, and they come with the bishop Siegfried from Sigtuna and the Swedish king Anund Jakob. He has become king around 1034. And they are coming over because they didn't want to use the Swedish people to go over to take Uudenmaa, because it would live on in the sagas of the Swedish people. So they decide to take one army from the center of Europe. Now they come over 24 of 7, 1050, and they make one ring around Uudenmaa, and they kill all Arthur, and they cut all oak tree, and they remove all artifacts related to this heathen culture in the autumn onto the ice, when the ice starts to come on the Finnish Gulf between Hel and Uudenmaa, Hel and Estonia, which make that all these artifacts who are right there in the center, when the ice melts in the spring, whole Hel fall to the bottom. Uudenmaa became one desert, but Bok and Ra, because they knew this thing happened, or they let it happen, they escaped anyway before. So the year between the year 1050 and the year 1250, we are finding Bok and Ra up in the north, in Lapland. Ra is staying in Kaljalepuri, today called Kajaani, and Bok, he is going to Korva Tunturi. Korva means air, and Tunturi means mountain. So he is going from Listening Mountain to Air Mountain, which is one mountain on the border of Lapland and Rusland. Now over there he becomes very famous because he is not going anymore around with 8 reindeers, this necklace. Now he is going around with 8 goats. Now he is going around with 8 reindeers, sorry. He became very famous up there, and in the year 1248 he gets the permission from Birger Jarl, one advisor to the Swedish king, to come down to Uudenmaa. 1050, Uudenmaa was destroyed and all oak trees become cut and burnt in the next year, in 1051. Also King Anund, he is losing his life in this process. He already died on the 25th of July 1050. So nobody in Sweden never found really out what has been happening there. He is in the history book anyway called King Anund Jakob Hellbrennare, the burner of hell. It's one title he has in the history book. 1061, this Emund, who was now this king from this other woman of Olaf Södkung, he has been continuing this king line. But he feels so bad that he is going 1061 with his crown prince to Ättestupa. He go to the suicide precipice, and 1061 Ynglingaet die out. There is no more king sperm in this line, what they have been creating from 9003 years ago from Sven. So Ynglingaet die out, and now from these Jarls, the highest Jarl families, the headmen, become chosen one who become king with the approval of the Pope in Rome. So 1061 they split up Polet in Denmark into 3 king family line, Brandenburg, Gottorp and Oldenburg, from whom all article king are coming on this planet. They start three crusades in the north. One is starting in 1157, the first crusade, where they go into the west part of Finland, where they tell people that if you don't go to church every Sunday, we kill you. So there was intelligent people, and they went every Sunday to church. In the year, the next one was in the year 1248, when they go over to the middle part of Finland and do the same thing, and in that way also make this agreement between Ra and Birger Jarl that this bog can move down to Udenma if you don't talk about this story. And they shake hand on that, they give word on that they will not talk about this story up to the year 1984. Also, the third one was in the year 1293, where Turgil Knutsson is going over on his last crusade, and then they had been kind of organizing the whole of Finland in this Catholic system. Udenma was a desert, all trees burned, there was nobody living in a long time, but after 1250 Aser started again to move back. Those who had been escaping from the forest start to move back to Raasepuri, which became destroyed, but of which the ruins are still standing there today. That castle to which the foundation stone has been laid 9,003 years back. 1066 they use all these people who have been swimming out to the island, because the Swiss people, they couldn't swim, the Swiss soldiers, they couldn't swim. These people, this Aser escaped to the islands, but 1066 they collect all these people and use them as rowers in the Battle of Hastings in England, where these Viking people tried to make their last stand against the church coming up to the north of Europe, but they didn't succeed. 1250, Bok and Ra moved down, and they decide to split up the family in two. So if something goes wrong within this agreement they have been making, part of this saga will be left within one of these lines. So 1250, Ra for the first time is taking one woman. He is marrying in this new system that is there. So they create two families, one Bokström and one Ra-ström. One stream of Bok and one stream of Ra. Where now Ra-ström is moving to Wiener and Bokström is staying on the mainland. So everybody is thinking that Bok, he's always been staying on Wiener, so they think this Ra-ström is this original line. The reason why later on Swedish king families have been taking girls from there in order now to get this royal blood in their system. But it has nothing to do with blood. The father to Gustav Vasa, Erik Johansson Vasa, he is marrying with one Cecilia Moondotter of Eka, of Oak, as she is called in the history book, and from them come one son called Gustav Vasa, who become king 1523 on the 6th of June. On Gustav Day he make himself king of Sweden, and he is getting with his second woman one crown prince called Erik. He get one crown prince, Erik Johansson Eriksson Vasa, Erik Vasa, who is becoming the first crown prince, because his mother is coming from this Eka. It gives this royal touch to it, so they are making for him the first crown again, because in Sweden has been up to that date these Jarl families, who one of these headmen became king under the Pope. But 1527, Gustav Vasa is throwing out the Pope, and he takes this 10% for himself. That make that 1540 he is going over to Finland, and he asks from this Ra on Wiener if he can get Raasepuri, this castle. So he become like a legitimate king to this system. And he gets this castle, which become, where is already this town has been created again, this Tuna town. But 1546, Gustav Vasa is burning down this town, and in the same time creating one other town called Eeknes, Tammisaari, where all these people from this ruin area of this castle now have to move. And 1550, on the old Hell, 500 years after the destruction of Hell, 1050, on the same Hell he's building one new town called Helsinki, where now all these people from Eeknes have to move to Helsinki, and from Raumo and Porvoo and different places, from Ulvila, they have to move to Helsinki in order to populate this place. In that way, he could get out from the book that these people are coming from Tuna. So Tuna, it's not even known anymore today. It's called Snappertuna today, or something. 1550, he is building a new town called Helsinki. And 1750, on the Seven Islands, the Swedish are building one fort called Sveaborg, the castle of Sweden, on these old Sun Islands, who the year 1050, their name become changed to Black Island. So Udensö, the big Sun Island, is called today Variö, Wolf Island, because wolf is very negative animal in old church story. So it's called Wolf Island, Vari. In Finnish language it's called Susisaari. Vari, when you turn it around, is Grav, and Susi, when you turn it around, is Isus. And that combination creates Isus Grav, the grave of Jesus. According to my knowledge, it should be in Kashmir. So I don't know why they make this Isus Graaf, this Susi Vari island over there, and all these other islands around, they today have the name Musta Saarit, Svartöarna, Black Islands. So they are all called Black Islands today. 1750, they start the construction of this beautiful castle the Swedish are building on this Seven Islands, and which is ready in the year 1756-57. They built this castle on top of Valhalla, because Valhalla didn't become destroyed the year 1050. It was the only part of Udenmar which was left intact. All was destroyed, but they anyway respected this Valhalla area, this hole where all the soul of the people go, according to this story. So Augustin Ehrensvärd, he built one beautiful castle on top of Valhalla. And it's still there today, and still today we can see this fundament on these Seven Islands. This castle, 1855-54, became destroyed in the Crimean War that started 1853, where there is one world war between the Russian and on the other side the Turkish, the French, the English and the Sardinian people, where this ruler of Rusland, this Tsar Nikolaus, Tsar Neklas in Rusland, he wanted to have one symbolic key from Jerusalem so that he could become head of the Greek Orthodox Church in Rusland, because the head of the Greek Orthodox Church was, in the last century, was one Muslim. Because 1453 Constantinople go over to the Muslim Empire. So it was a very funny situation for the Russian Tsar to be, not even to be head of the Greek Orthodox Church or the Greek Orthodox people in his country, because the head over them was one Muslim in Constantinople. So he wanted to have one symbolical key which started this world war. He didn't get his key. So in 1854 the French and the English come up, because 1675, up to 1675, the zero line on this planet, the zero meridian, was going through Valhalla, through Helsinki. But 1675 the Dutch sold it to the English, who put it exactly 1 hour from Valhalla time and call it Greenwich time, or Greenwich time, what we are living today. So when this Nikolaus started to build one Greek Orthodox church north from Valhalla on the exact line of the zero line, the English flip out, because now they think, now he wants to make there something, because 1809 Finland have become part of Finland. Now I go too fast maybe. From 1050 to 1809 Finland is a part of Sweden. And from 1809 to 1917, Finland is a part of Russia. So under this Russian Tsar, when he starts to build on this old line, this Alexander Nevsky Cathedral, they flip in England, so they come with the French army and boats up to Helsinki, and they throw 1 million kilo of bomb on this castle, where is this fundament where, according to this story, all the soul of the people on this planet is going. Or before anyway did. But the fundament didn't destroy. Everything around became blasted, but the fundament still standing there today. 1917, Finland became independent on the 6th of 12th. On St. Nicholas Day, Finland become independent. They get this from Lenin. They become made independent. And then this Finnish history is continuing by itself up to today. But anyway, on the 3rd of March 1816, in this Bock family become born one twin, two sons, where the first one who came out get the name Carl Gustav Bockström, and he went together with the first girl born in Raström family, who got the name Wilhelmina, Gustava Wilhelmina, born 1822. They married 1841, but she died straight after they married. So he married a second time, but with this woman he didn't get one daughter in one Asenas year. Also she died, so he married a third time, and in 1857, one Asenas year, he get with this third girl, Eva Josefa Sjölund, Eva Josefa Sjölund, his third swan. With her he get one daughter, Kristina Wisturia Bockström. 1860 become born Knut Wiestur, who married 1887 when he was 27 years old with Hilma Matilda Kulin, and with her he get first one daughter, Rakel, 1888, one son, Raphael, 1896, who should become the Shiva when he is 27 years old, or when his son would become 27 years old, and he get 1899 one daughter called Rhea. But on the 1st of February 1918, Raphael became killed by the Reds in this confusion of civil war raging in Finland. So now there was only this Knut Wiestur with his sister Kristina Wisturia, a very important woman in this story, and their two daughters, Rakel from 1888 and Rhea from 1899. So now they started 1919 on one boat to transfer all this saga, what they had already been doing from when each of these girls became 7 years old, but starting all over when their brother Raphael died. They started from 1919 to 1939, 20 years more to transfer this saga to these two girls. And on the 22nd of April 1941, Knut Wiestur, being 81 years old, was making pregnant on the birthday of his 42-year-old youngest daughter Rhea. He made her pregnant, and on the 17th of January 1942 came out this Iuden Ra, this last of this Bock family. 4 months after, Knut Wiestur died, and already 1.5 months before he come born, Kristina Wisturia died. And that is the reason why from 7 to 27, from 1949 to 1969, this story, what I have just been telling you, the main line of, become transferred by Rakel and Rhea Bockström, two women from whom this story is coming. Thank you very much. Maybe we do the update after something to eat.
Fine, and please respect Michel during our lunch break, and also respect the foundation and save your questions. Give him a little break, and also we'd very much like to entertain your questions, but also include them on the video material that we're sharing with humanity. Thank you very much.
we're rolling. That's nice. On the 17th of February 1976, Rakel Bokström, she died. And on the 6th of April 1984, Rea Bokström died. What made that there was only one Bok left on this planet. And shortly before the 6th of April, actually on the 24th of February 1984, he started to roll this story in Chapora in Goa in India, where for the first time this sound system was brought outside of the family. So the first thing we had to do was learn about these sounds, you know, A, Ser, B, Bori, Se, Shera, before he wanted to go anywhere further on in that story. He knew that when he comes back to Finland, his mother will be dead, because she always been knowing that she died in 1984. When she was 84 years old, 16 days before she became 85, she decided to check out. And after that, when he came back to Finland, his mother was burnt already, and she became buried in the midsummer, in July. After which he made 2 tapes, one in root language, what they today call the Swedish language, but we talk about root language in Finland. There is some confusion about this thing, because today the people say that the people who speak Swedish in the south of Finland are coming from Sweden. But it's actually the other way around. It is the Swedish people who speak Swedish in Stockholm who are coming from Finland. Or actually from Gotland, I should say. All these people are coming from Gotland after the Ice Age. Now, he made one tape in root, because in the Finnish language we are talking about, when you say the Swedish language in Finnish, you say root sing kieli. Kieli means tongue, sing means you sing, and root means the root, no? So in Sweden they are singing the root, whereas in the south of Finland we have these clear root sounds, these 29 sounds with their meaning. So he made one tape in this particular language and another one in Finnish language for the culture institutions who are dealing specifically with stories that are kept within families, in order to, when we later on are able to put all the stories together, we get a much more comprehensive picture of what is our history, related on remembrances of people asking their grandfather how it was in your time. Yeah. So when you today ask your grandfather about his grandfather, you can make already a quantum leap in the history. But it's one thing what has been dying out through all this new media that we have. But before, the grandfather was a very important figure in the family, because the whole family was coming from the grandfather. He made these 2 tapes which went out officially, where a part of the story is mentioned, because in the first year he didn't have the possibility to talk about 8 powers. He could only talk about 5 powers. So in the first year we talked about Uden, Ra, Tur, Frey and Freya, and not about Helbok I, what made this thing to be complete for specific reasons. The year after, in 85, he was invited to keep one fest speech in front of this Rasapuri Castello, where he was telling a little bit about this story related to Finland up to the year 1050. Also, there have been coming out many newspaper articles on related stories to this saga, but mainly pertaining to Finland, because this story is going so far outside It goes to all corners of the planet, and it deals with one time span what we have no idea about. We don't know. In 1986 in the spring, as I mentioned already, we made the first video on this story where I have also basically presented this main line of the story. And in the autumn or in the summer of last year, when he came back to Finland, they asked him to do one program, if he wanted to create one program by himself called I Am I. They take different personalities in the country and they ask them to present whatever they want to present. Now here he is mainly talking about the 18th century. His interest is the 18th century, so he likes to talk about the 18th century, and he has been making 20 different programs on the 18th century from 1969, when he finished his 20-year education, sitting every day for 2 hours, 20 years, to go through all this story. So from 69 he started to work on the 7 islands, on his ancestors' place, talking about 18th century only. And this year he has been making his 20th program on 18th century. So he made this program where he is also throwing out all these things, all this breeding system, but mainly again relating to Finland, how the Ice Age come, how we get Arctical people, how we have tropical people, how we have Arctical vegetation, tropical vegetation, and so on. And in this story he also mentioned on this tape that near Tuna, outside from Raasepuri, in the year 1050 they buried 2 of this golden box I have been talking about. This golden box that was on top of Valhalla up to the year 1050, and the second one was up Sjusuolaberget, 7 Sun Hill. In these 2 boxes they buried under 2 oak trees. The oak trees, they were erased, all oak trees in Uudenmaan in the year 1050. But they put anyway these things there, and later on they put trees and they replant these trees. Yeah, you take one oak tree away or one ash tree, that when it starts to die or it gets less, you cut away the stem of the tree and you take one twig, a live good twig from this tree, and you make one hole in the trunk of this tree, you fill it up nicely with stones and mud, and you put this twig inside and it will shoot again from the same tree a same tree. In that way we could perpetuate our trees on this planet, being our family trees. So our family tree was before existing as long as our family is existing. And this ash tree from this bog family is still existing from the first bog. It has been replanted and replanted and replanted and replanted and replanted. Near that area is one place called Offerlunda, and in Offerlunda today are oak trees which have been replanted by this family, and under 2 of these oak trees are 2 of these golden bogs. The third one, the one that was outside of Raasepuri Castello up to the year 1050, Ra is taking with him when he goes up to Kaljalepuri, this castle in Kajaani on the border of Lapland and Finland, where he stayed from the year 1050 up to the year 1250. When this whole breeding system had been collapsing, so from the year 1050 they only go on within the family. The first son become the king, and the second, third or fourth, whoever it was, he become this bog. Up to the year 1250, where they decide to split up this family, which again come together, sun and moon come again together, when Carl Gustav Bock is going together with Gustava Wilhelmina Raström. So sun and moon come together, and that again creates this Raphael story. The third Bock is still in Kajaani. It is in the foundation of the castle standing there. So he mentioned this thing also on this tape, on this film they make, that here these golden boxes are buried. But they haven't been taking them up, and they didn't send that particular part of the program either. They took the whole program, but this last bit, that was too much. So they decide they don't want to send this thing out to the Finnish people. This information has been out for 3 years, that there are these golden box buried there, and everybody in that area, these relatives to this old Arthur, they know that these boxes are buried there. But now this Offerlunde area where these boxes are buried has been donated by Bock family to the church long time ago. So now they are on the church property, so they have to take up these boxes. So last year I got the information that in the east of Uudenmaa, in Akanpesan-Ranta, where is this bear mountain, this Kyypelivuori, where Akka is dying when she is falling from this Ettestupa, we should dig in that place where the Akka is falling, because there we could find one piece of wood from before the year 1050. So I said, sure, we go to dig there this year, we go to dig for this piece of wood. So after, in the end of last year, I heard that there should be maybe one wooden door going into this mountain. So I said, oh, so we go to look for this wooden door. That becomes already more specific. And behind that wooden door, I mean, if there is one door, there must be something behind that door. That became, of course, also clear straight away to me. So I have been thinking about that whole winter. I stayed away from India, where he is usually preparing 6 months during the winter time his new program about 18th century. So in the spring, when I came this year to Finland, he has to inform me what we are actually going to do there, as according to Knut and Rea Bockström, as according to how they have been telling. So he has to start to tell me about what is behind this door. So now we make one quantum leap back in the story before Ice Age, where we have this Jehovah system I have been explaining in this story. And this Jehovah system tells that during the lifetime of one Lemminkainen-Väinämöinen period, Lemminkainen becomes Väinämöinen, they are bringing up the most beautiful aesthetic on the planet from all civilized, all people on the planet in appreciation for this system. They bring up the most beautiful aesthetic to fill up the castle of Ra and Maya. And when one Lemminkainen-Väinämöinen period finish and there comes one new Lemminkainen-Väinämöinen period, they empty out this castle, and now they are starting for this new Lemminkainen in one appreciation system from all corners of the planet to bring the most beautiful aesthetic up to the castle of Ra and Maya, the king and queen for all people on the planet, before Ice Age. And when this Lemminkainen-Väinämöinen period is finished, they have to empty out this castle, and again the whole procedure starts from the beginning. Now these people get one problem, because where do they go with all this aesthetic that people from all over the planet have been sending up to the castle of Ra and Maya? So they decide, or they start, already after we have the first couple of generations on this planet, to add this Akanpesan Ettestupa next to this Boxberg, Bear Mountain. They start to create something called the Bock family's treasure chambers, where they are going into this mountain and they are digging one shaft that goes down into the earth. And around this shaft is going one road in one spiral down into the earth. And they are creating for every Lemminkäinen on this planet one thing called one Lemminkäinen temple. So this Bear Mountain or Kypelivuori or Blåkulla or Boxberg, inside is one temple called Lemminkäinen temple, where they for each period of one Lemminkäinen Väinämöinen put in after he died the most beautiful what has been sent by all people up to the planet, taken out from the castle of Ra and Maya and putting it in that particular chamber. And in front of that chamber they make one replica, full size from gold, from this Lemminkäinen. And in this mountain there is this shaft where is the Ättestupa of Ukko. He is falling inside, where Akka is falling outside. In this Lemminkäinen temple, never in the history of this planet has been one woman inside. That is the reason why Akka is falling outside. But now we can see, when we are opening the door to this temple, and we are very close, maybe we are there already, inside there should be one road going down into the earth with one shaft in the center, and there should be one chamber for every Lemminkäinen that has been on the planet with the aesthetic up to the year 987, when this temple was closed, because Godarika Rusland go over to the Greek Orthodox system. So they closed it 1,000 years back and said that that Bok who lives after 1,000 years, he has the right to open this temple on the 24th of 7, on Christina Day. Now, the ice time was 50 million years, and the paradise time was much longer than the ice time. So it should be one quite incredible temple full of aesthetic from the first Lemminkäinen on this planet, from Frey up to the year 987. And everything what is in that mountain is from gold, because gold is forever. And we have been in the process of doing that, but we didn't get it open on the 24th of 7 because of various reasons. We were a couple of funny-looking hippies from different parts of the planet with plastic bucket and wheelbarrows trying to empty out one hole that maybe 500 people have been closing with 50-ton stones in the year 987, you know, in this Aser was different construction than this chicken bone like me of today. So we didn't succeed to open the temple. We have been calling in the machine to do it. Yeah, because the machine is there to take away the heavy work from the people. So the machine is doing it, and we came to one stone plate, what is made of a different granite than you find in all that surrounding. And after I left, and after I have been getting the message that they came, after they took that one out, they come to a second stone plate, what is again of different material. And that one has also been taken out. And now we have come to the third. And we think that these heathen people who say that everything tree is good, after this stone plate, when we get this out, we will have the possibility to go through the entrance of Lemminkäinen temple. Now there is the question, shall we respect the Akka or not? And there has never been one Akka inside in this temple. She was the mother anyway to all people on the planet. So this is one place what is only for men. And the only way we can go in is bar, completely naked. But for the first time on the history we have access to this beautiful material called video camera and film and photo, so we can make film of everything what is inside there, and we can show it for all people on the planet. So that's very nice. So before we had places which were only for men, but I think we have also places that was only for women. But I don't know about that so far. So maybe you want to continue from here.
Thanks, Michel. As Michel says, we did not succeed in opening the temple on 24/7/1987. However, on 24/7/1987, the 130th birth anniversary of Christina Vistoria Bockström, we created the positive foundation for the purpose of disseminating the information coming down through the sounds and through the Lemminkainen temple itself to all mankind. Sa means to receive. Ga is to give. Sa ga, sa ga, sa ga. A receiving and giving, down through the ages, down through the sounds of the saga, from person to person to person. And this process will, in a sense, be the form that our foundation, the positive foundation, takes in disseminating the information that will continue to roll out in the next 17 years, creating the basic line of the saga. After the full 20 years of exposition of the material at hand, then we'll have the whole cake, so to speak, and then we can really begin to nibble on it and digest it probably for millions of years to come. So the Positive Foundation is very grateful for your presence here today and very grateful for Michel's presence, and we very much appreciate your participation. I want to thank Cruiser Bob for allowing us to be here. If you have questions now specifically, please ask them. However, there is one rather dramatic phrase that I'll ask Michel to share with you that Eeyore has been instructed to say to the people at this time, as we are aware, in fact, that Lemminkainen Temple, the Bock family treasure chambers, exists, and as we approach its entrance.
Yeah, they told him, he told to me in the spring when he has to start to tell me what is inside in this mountain. He had very big difficulty to tell me this thing. After I had been listening 3 years to this story, he has very big difficulty to tell me what is inside of this mountain. And I have an idea of what is inside of this mountain, but my small brain cannot comprehend such a thing. Also he has very difficulty to comprehend this thing. So he says, I understand that it is there, but I can't believe it. And I have come to the same result. I understand that it is there, but I can't believe it. And after telling me this thing, he told me that he has to say to the public that now we can see if Knut and Rea Bockström have been honest or not. So he is putting his family line on this thing. Thank you. So let's see now what is happening, because I haven't seen the door, but I know we are very close. And if everything goes all right, we should be able to open this place in this year. And there we will find all aesthetic made in gold from before Ice Age, from the first people on the planet, to the year 987 when this temple was closed. And that, I think, it's enough.
Om Shankar.
That's enough. Yeah.
Shall we entertain questions?
Any question, if anybody have one. Sure. Sure.
I read some books and make some studies of some people that uncovered some things that were behind Hitler. And there was some powerful people very much connected to some powerful Norse mythology and these kind of things. And I wonder if you have some understandings about that.
Yeah. For that particular reason, I mentioned the year 1061, when Paul had this one continuous line from Dan from 9003 years back, decided to divide themselves into 3 king et, because this linga et had been dying out. Now there should always be 3 crowns, but these 3 crowns are actually three crowns, because Bok is representing the crown of the oak tree, Ra is representing the crown of the Christmas tree, and after Ice Age, under and after Ice Age, and Per is representing the crown of the ash tree. So they are three crowns that are talked about. But this become misunderstood by these kings. So in the year 1061 they divide Polet in Brandenburg, Gottorp and Oldenburg. Oldenburg is the Danish king house, Gottorp is in Lübeck, and Brandenburg is in Berlin, where in the Middle Ages we start to write in the center of Europe. So in the Middle Ages people start to transfer everything what is within their families on books. And these books, some get lost, some become burnt, some become rewritten. To these books in the history has been happening a lot of things. So also this particular person in Germany, when he comes to power, has access to these books in this Brandenburg castle in Berlin, what relates to a lot of Nordic mythology from before, but it's not from Pirouette family. It's coming out from Sven and Dan line, specifically Dan line. So it is full of confusion. It's not based on sound system. It's not based on nature. It's based on idea, on the mind of people. And the mind of people and nature are 2 different things, because the mind of people is created by its surrounding, meaning the nature.
It seems to me it's similar in that it's connecting to there being something very universal and very global that's coming out of the North Country.
That's correct.
But he distorted it.
He distorted it, he got his own idea with it, he tried to create one super race by extinguishing all other race on the planet. Now I don't know if that has been the meaning of Bok family. According to this story, they tried in one original system by sticking to certain procedure to bring back all people on the planet in one sperm system to one level where we should come 1984, 10,000 years after the Ice Age, after the second Ragnarok, to that point where any woman could choose any man to get one child from. That sounds very nice, I think. Yeah.
What would be the impact of this rolling out to the normal or the history as we've been taught?
Now we are stuck with one written history of about 5,000 years, and many of the information contained within the written history is correct. But there are also many informations contained within these different written histories that have been used by different people, especially out from this Bok family, this hero I have been telling you from after Ice Age, Dan and Sven, Pharaoh, Krishna, Moses, all of them have been running out from this family, and they have been using information in written form to further their particular purposes. The only purpose they actually furthered was that in that way we got the third Ragnarok, the year 1050, 24th of July, after which there shouldn't come any more Ragnarok. So I am very satisfied with the history as far as it has been going, because it has been happening. And if we can accept our history and go into the potential of sound that relates to one history before the written word, We can take all the positive of our spoken and written and visual history into the future and have a nice future. Sure. Nobody is criticized in this story. Everybody has been appearing, the different main figures, as we have been taking them out today, and they have been doing their part within history. So I don't feel I am in the position to judge any of these persons. I am not at all in that position. I think that we have to accept our history and go on in the future with all the positive thing of our history.
Can I say a word to Howard?
Sure.
It's about the Zeta flash. It's the Z, and it's called Zeta, and it's the flash that Michel mentioned earlier in the story that flashes between people. It's between tour friends. And I think what we're experiencing in great part is the momentum of the saga enkindling or igniting this flash of Zeta. It occurs naturally, but empowered with the saga, it seems to flash among us like a lightning flash, that, like a tree that branches out in the Epta system. And I have a feeling that what we're watching is this flash going out through the sound into the cultures of our planet in a way that I understand has the capacity to recreate and rejuvenate the infrastructure that has been lost for so long among us. It's no longer logical. It is normal, but not natural. Not the natural logic to which we are now normally accustomed.
Yeah. Yeah, I signed it.
Oh. Bom, bom.
Yeah.
This story's always been passed on verbally. Has anything ever been written down, or you wouldn't plan to write anything down? So that as you went through all these various things, I had this thought, now if I could just see that graphically, then I could understand how that moved to there, and,
I'll have a word about that. This story has never been written down. Actually, the last book, he can't even read or write. So he'd have very big difficulties doing that. He's also not interested into that, because how can you write one sound story? Because that means that every time, that is also the possibility this story gives, that by listening and by learning these 29 sounds with their meaning, everybody is able to check every word what another person is saying. So all this story, what I have been telling, is based on the sound as it is being transferred by Knut and Rea Bokström. So it's the sound who is telling. It's not so much me who is telling. I have been only been the vehicle. At the same time, there is one person working on graphic material related to this saga, because through one graphic system you can actually show that from one ring, by creating 6 other rings around it and drawing all the relevant line, within this ring start to appear the mark for every sound. At the top we get E, we get A, we get B, we get C, D, E, F, G, Ho. The marks of the sound actually start to appear in this ring. Also the numbers roll out when we go further on. Also all symbology related to all mythology, all marks are rolling out from this graphic system. We move into the stars, we get the astrological patterns, and all are related in lines to the sounds contained within the ring. So every individual on this planet has, from his own interest, depending whether it's visual or oral or whatever, can check on the sound system whether this is correct or not, according to the nature. So it's quite complete, I think. There is no... I haven't found the hole yet.
I could add this. Michel, Todd, Howard, and I had a very interesting discussion last night concerning the general overall direction, if you will, of our dissemination of this material. And we envisioned a light, like an electric line, I should say, like a power line, going along, and it creates a magnetic field in concentric circles around it. And we decide that the saga itself will remain pure in going out through the sound along this line we envision, but around it in concentric circles. Obviously, individuals will have discussion, there will be written material about it, in and around it, perhaps telling the story of the phenomena of it and keeping up to date with its progress and the progress of this saga process. But at the same time, always, we will primarily simply keep putting out this line, or this line of the saga will keep putting itself out through us and remain in a pure form, so that an individual can tune into channel 11 and see the pure mainstream, and if that's too much to follow, you can switch a few channels or put in another cassette that you've gotten from the foundation, and individual areas then there will be discussion about, and there can be more and more exposition of. So that's basically the process that we
Also, there can be written about this story. It's impossible to write this story what I just told, because you have to explain every word in sound. Nobody can read such a book. You become a nutcake after 5 pages, yeah? So, what we can do is, by being aware of what is this line, this pure line as he is talking about it, we can take aspects of the story. Yeah, we can take, for example, Ra, and you could write a whole book about Ra, no? Anybody interested, go ahead, you know. You can take Sun, write about Sun. You can take Maya, you can take Bok, you can take Rasapuri, you can take Udenma, you can take Ettestupa, you can take all various aspects and make one story about that. You can put picture in it, you know. There is all these beautiful places in all nature around the planet that are connected to all of, we are obviously all connected. So everything relates, everything what is around us actually relates to that. So that gives an enormous potential of creating realistic natural things, yeah, where you have at the same time one line what tells from where all of that originates, yeah. So you can make any book about any butterfly, any plant, any tree, any bird, anything, because they are all in sound and they are all unfolding from this ring, the evolution of life on this planet by grace of sun. We take sun away and the whole circus stops.
You might mention a little bit about the circus as one way to also express our brothers traveling.
Michel already mentioned circus. Cirque means ring. El means law. Cirque El, law of the ring. Cirque means ring. Us means love. Circus, love of the ring. The circus is played in the circle. The love of the ring is played out within the law of the ring. And this is demonstrated through the animals, through the various characters, the clowns, the acrobats, the jugglers, the individuals who represent all of the animal kingdom that in turn represents part of our human nature. All played out in a very, very tight mandala, if you will, or ring of symbolism, in which all the information of the saga has been traditionally brought forward to the people in this form of theater that we call circus. I think down the line of ways we will probably on Maui reconstruct a circus with poles and tent, canvas tent, and down to, in fact, the original material used for sawdust, so that the smells and the entire ambiance recreates the original symbolic form of circus. And we feel, Cliff Barbers feels very strongly that Maui is the location on this planet for doing this, for actually establishing a recreation of a circus, the circus, in its original form. Howard mentions the Good brothers, the G period, O period, D period brothers, Good, Uden, Dag, the day of Uden's ground, brothers traveling circus, if you will, which is a particular form of circus that I personally have been working with for 17 years, and which specifically drew me into the saga. And because of the two, in fact, the two most important symbols in the saga, the rose and the horseshoe, are depicted in a certain form and the first bit of graphic material that the Good Brothers Traveling Circus has produced. So, in a sense, we're all here today by virtue of the fact that A. Barker for Good Brothers Traveling Circus recently journeyed to Finland to audition an act, sideshow, or concession, he knew not which, for the Good Brothers Traveling Circus. And in this auditioning process for this particular circus, we're now here gathered, in a sense.
We all get to be animals.
The animal. Yeah. Yes, it can be an example, one circus.
I was just wondering if either of you, it's kind of interesting to me that the Gutenberg Galaxy, as written by Marshall McLuhan, vis-a-vis our break-off from the oral tradition into the linear written form. Okay, it was kind of like our fall from grace, if you were, as a metaphor. And the fact that you're playing with Gut and Guten and Gutenberg and Brandenburg and stuff, is there anything you've heard that's any connection with that? The printing press, you
know. He starts to get personal. Before, all names had a meaning. Yeah? So before, you also give a particular name consisting of particular sounds in order to create something. So in that way, within the sound is transferred something that aspires to people. That is the whole reason why certain products sell better than other products, because the sound of one product is clicking naturally with better feeling than one Scrabici Scabrucci, you know. I mean, it doesn't say me nothing, so how can I relate to that, yeah? Now, if they can translate Scrabici Scabrucci in something what sounds more nice, so also I can have some association with that, I will of course be much more interested in those people who are creating Scrabici Scabrucci. This is very simplistic. Burg and Berg. Burg means castle, Berg means mountain, Gut means good, Brand means fire. And they are all names that consist of very basic natural things around which we are centered, yeah? And before also, I can give one example, is before we had, for example, or we still have, people who are called palmquist. Quist means branch, and palmquist means the quist, the branch of one palm. Now this is a typical Scandinavian name. Now I haven't seen any palms there, never in my life, so I have always been wondering from where is coming this palmquist name in Scandinavia. Now when you have this story in your brain, it becomes of course very obvious why there are palmquist people in Finland. Quist, the sound quist starts with Q. So when you have one family name with Q inside, you know that this family has enormous knowledge about mathematics. So before you go to ask one person about mathematics or astrology who have this Q inside in their name. Yeah? So it was a specific thing related to specific people. And this we find, especially in Scandinavia, or in Finland, from the family names. Not only from the root family names as they are still spread out over Finland today and also gone over to Sweden, but also from these Finnish family names that have been spread out to the east. So these names consist of particular material what was relating to that family who had that name, but we have lost all of that. Yeah, and like that it's in many families, all over the planet. Yeah, we have so many families on the planet who seem to be knowing specific thing. If we take, for example, one like Gandhi. Now, if we know now what means Gan and what means D. And you see one man who is going around with one goat and one spinning wheel, what is one ring, and he's like, from his family, has all kind of knowledge that relate to long. For example, one like Gandhi. Now, if we know now what means Gan and what means D. And you see one man who is going around with one goat and one spinning wheel, what is one ring, and he's like, from his family, has all kind of knowledge that relate to long time before, and we also know that this Gandhi family is one very, very old family. Yeah, they know that in India also this family been existing in thousands of years' time. Yeah? So obviously this sound, what is very strong, yeah, relates to all kind of knowledge that was within these families, but what has been dying out because of various reasons. Yeah? Us being directing ourselves more to the written word than to the spoken word. So today you can talk and talk and talk for hours, but nothing is really happening. You know? In the end we will take the book and look in the book, and in the book it's saying like this. You know? So one human being has no value anymore. Before, everything you know you get from one live human being. So the human being was very important. But when we start to get everything from the radio, newspaper, TV and book, the human being became obsolete. From the various information systems as we have them today. And they are not based on the natural. They don't give us the possibility to develop as we are, and we are complete from the beginning. We are complete. So what are we looking for? The only thing we look for is information. So we have to provide people with nice information, with positive information, not with negative from the morning to the evening. Because when you make your brain more black than white, you start to get funny feeling in the head. No? They have to put 20,000 volt in order to get light inside. You know, I mean, that's not natural. How did they do that before they had electricity? To make white brains. There must have been something in the information system that provided the people in a natural way with a white brain, so they could also exist in millions of years' time. Yeah? But we can't see it in that way today because we think we are so fantastic today, and having one history, 5,000-year-old written history, where we have been moving from one war into the next war, makes us believe that we are so fantastic today. Yeah? But if we would have been living for the last more than 100 million years according to the history book, we would have died out already 99 million years ago. No way we could have been existing on the same scale as we have been existing in the last 5,000 years. No, there's no logic in it.
Michel, one question. At this moment in time in the bringing out of the saga, and in respect to Rea Bokström, do you feel that it would be appropriate for me to kidnap Howard and take him to the beach?
If you kidnap me along, I accept. Yeah.
Unless there are any more questions.
Yeah.
Okay.
Question.
I may disappear at the beach. Please go.
Good idea. Michel, in the 3 years of study, has that been how long you've been? Has there been any reference to any stellar connection with the saga or anything along that line?
There are thousands and thousands and thousands of stories to come. So I don't know if this story has been sounding very spiritual or going way beyond the known. I have heard that there is life out there, but I don't know what kind of life. I have no idea. We have relation to sun, moon and star. According to this story, there is only one Uden. There is only one sun. Uden is one ring, Uden is everything, and Uden is the sun. That includes that all stars are a reflection of the sun. All stars are a reflection of the sun. And this light has been going out in how many million and million and million of years? If he has been forever, it has been going a long time, yeah? So why not? Why not? Why not everything being a reflection of the sun? Now there has never been anybody up to this date who has been able to prove that there is more than one sun. There are different theories, but there is no proof. And according to this sound system, there is only one sun in whole the universe. At the same time, we are establishing one base that, like today, gives out the main line of this story, from where in the next 17 years, when it's going on, we will be able to provide more detail by filling in the holes that there obviously are in this story. But he has to, again, to bring out this story in a particular way, so that we start from where we are before we are going out there, so that we are prepared when we go out there. Because if we don't know where we are and we are going out there, this place will be a toilet. And it is a toilet.
Michel, I might add to Richard that I think you'll find also a partial answer to your question in the graphic material we've referred to that Cliff is doing, because the stellar connections, the astrological connections to the language are very, very precisely laid out and emerging from the mandalas.
This is very interesting thing. And I'm of course curious myself, and I'm sometimes dropping questions to him, and he's looking after 7 years, after 5 years, after 10 years. Okay, I have to accept, because but there is material that relates to that, but it takes an enormous amount of job, of work, of applying the mind and everything that is known about, or any theory, trying to relate them to sound and go out from there. And I think we will be able, all of us, all of us who are interested, they will be able to find very unbelievable things from this ring system, but maybe we can understand them so we don't have to believe them.
Michel, who besides yourself has learned this story now, up to now, and also I'd like to know just something of your process of how you have learned it.
When he started to tell this thing, we were a group of people, and this group has been getting better and better and better, or bigger and bigger and bigger. And more people. There are now a whole bunch of them from Alaska, from Ireland, from Australia. They are in Finland, and they are following up on material that they have been getting through these videotapes and tapes that have already been distributed, and who personally are there with Iori and listening to whatever he has to tell. So the interest is getting bigger, but I am one of the few who has this tree language, or some of this tree language, which make that I can roll this thing in my brain much more easy as one person from Australia, for example, who only has the English language, so he has very difficulty to compare all this thing to root and finish. Where I've been staying such a long time over there, so much of the terminology is familiar to me. Also, I've spent so much time with him because I know him for such a long time. I know him from the beginning of 1975, and he's been blasting my head off for 9 years with 18th century stories. And, or actually for the last 13 years. And 3.5 years ago, he started also to roll this saga. So I have been following because I feel, yeah, sure, why not? You know? Why not? So we have been sitting and discussing this thing for over 10,000 hours, you know? Day by day by day, and I've been taking holidays, you know, but I can't get the sounds out of my head. So I'm lying there and I'm thinking star, S-T-A-R, Ra, Tur, Sul, and yeah, and I'm sitting like, yeah, so you go through all this word in all these particular, in these three languages, and when you know that they are same meaning in root, Finnish and English, you know that this word is for sure. And you have three languages with individual sounds from where you can check what they actually mean. And the related stories that will be brought out in these next 17 years to come will help all of the people on the planet to do that. Everybody can do it. Everybody. There is no limit. Everybody can do it. So it's maybe more interesting to study root and Finnish than Greek and Latin.
Michel, I'm curious, what's going to happen with all of the treasures?
They stay where they are.
It's just going to be a park museum.
It's a museum for all people on the planet. When it's opened, from that moment, it's donated to all people on the planet. Yeah.
And it's now officially controlled by who?
It's on his own property.
Oh, it's on his own property.
Yeah.
So it's not on the church property.
No, this is this golden box. This is West Oedenma story. This is one East Oedenma story. We have Westland saga and we have Eastland saga. In the Westland saga there is one saga about one castle that has been grown over for 1,000 years. But one day it's waking up. And in the Eastland saga, there's one saga about 1,000 years and one night. Say Sampo open you. Sampo it's free. Say Sampo open you. There's many saga on this planet, what have been made 1,000 years back.
The first time when I heard Sanskrit, I felt something inside me.
Sanskrit.
Yeah.
Sanskrit. Skrift is writing and sun means sun. Nice sunshine.
And it was really soothing to hear, to be read. To be sung, it's actually sung. Something that you said today was that Krishna actually had begun the separation.
Yeah.
By making a class, is that right?
Yeah.
And then, it's just, you know, just we're running here. So, you know, just chanting the name of Krishna. I mean, what are we saying? Who are we?
Krishna was the first one to make one Adam and Eva system as we have it today all over the planet.
The class system.
Yeah, he made Adam and Eva, or Krishna and Radha. That's the reason why the Asian people are smaller than the Mediterranean people, because there it happened 2,000 years later on with the Moses system. And that's the reason why the Mediterranean people are smaller than the Arctical people. But the tribal people in Africa, in America, in many places, they have remained quite big because they have been keeping in many places one breeding system until maybe 100 years back, or 200 or 300 or 400 years back, where in Africa is still existing today in certain places. It's all related to the physical, but I don't think we can separate the physical and the spiritual. But we are concentrating on the spiritual today. We are concentrating on the spiritual because we think we might in that way maybe which maybe is true also, we might do something about what is happening on the planet, no? But I think anyway the physical information is very important, because without the physical, no spiritual. I mean, not in my way, not for me anyway. I mean, I'm here, I've come here, and I'm going away from here. Yeah? And all of us are coming and going. But it is actually where we are here that we are able to do something. I don't know about before or after. So the physical in relation to the earth and the condition of the earth, I feel, is much more important than this dualism we have created with the material and the spiritual world. I don't see any separation between the two. Personally, that's my personal point of view. Maybe sound saying something different later on, you know? So don't hook me on that one.
What do you think?
I think Bom Shankar.
Bom Shankar.
I feel pretty funny in the knee joints. Yeah.
So then again, on behalf of the Positive Foundation, the Positive Foundation, Bom Shankar, thank you very much, Michel. Thank all of you for being here.
Yeah, thank you very, very much, people. I think it was beautiful. Yeah, very nice. Thank you. You gave very good energy to go through all this thing in quite
very nice saga.
Yeah. I think we have time, you know, we have time. Life is long and we sit down and discuss. No worries.
Aloha.
Aloha.
Aloha, I'm Stuart Rice. On this, the 18th day of August, 1987, on the island of Maui, I have the great honor and privilege to introduce and present Michel Merle, who will say a few words to us concerning Weinemöinen mythology. Michel?
This Weinemöinen mythology, or Bok saga, is one oral tradition that has been kept within the Bok family up to the year 1984, when the last woman of the Bok family, Rea Bokström, died, after which it became possible for her son to talk about this Bok saga, or Weinemöinen mythology. It is one oral tradition that relates to the beginning of this planet, to the evolution on this planet, to the sun, moon and star system, and also the history of the human being on this planet. The whole saga is contained within a 20-year story, based on one language called the root language, as it is still spoken today in the south of Finland. Root language is one language based on 29 sounds, where every sound has one meaning. And it is on the meanings of these sounds this whole Weinemöinen mythology is based. In the what we call paradise time, the time before Ice Age, when we have had a very long evolution of the human being on this planet, these people within Uudenmaa, this land around the North Pole, a different North Pole than we have today, caused by this period called the Ice Age, which changed the axle of this Earth, is creating a totally new situation on this planet, where we are also getting new situations on this planet that require new naming of things on this planet. These Aser, as they are called, the people living in Uudenmaa, speak root language, and they create Waner, and for this Waner, a language called Waan language, one language as it was spoken over all this bowl before the Ice Age. This Waan language is based on the 29 sounds of the root, a natural language as it was spoken by the first human beings on this planet, which makes this Waan language to be a much bigger language than this root language, because they could shift these sounds, these 29 sounds of root language, in order to make a much more specific language. Under the Ice Age, where we changed the circumstances on this planet, they introduced a new language to this planet, which is a combination of the root language and the Waan language, called the English language.
So the whole story of this Weinemöinen mythology or Bok saga is told in 3 languages. It contains the words of these 3 languages, the root language, the Waan language, or as we call it today, the Finnish language, and the English language. This tradition has been kept up to the year 1984. It has never been spoken about outside of this family. The knowledge of this sound system has never been told before or discussed before the year 1984. These people, these Aser, who speak this root language, they had one system before Ice Age called one breeding system. One system from where we rolled out over whole this bowl in 5 classes of people. The highest class is called the Pirouette family, the second class the Rousette family, and these Pirouette and Rousette people are called Aser, who live in Oudenma at the North Pole before the Ice Age. And from them rolls out one system of tribes to all corners of this planet, the Waner, consisting of 3 classes of people, the Jarl, the Kaal and the Trail-et people. In this breeding system, the Trail-et people are the son and daughter of the Kaal-et. The Kaal-et people are the son and daughter of the Jarl-et, and the Jarl-et people are the son and daughter of Rousette, and Rousette are the son and daughter of Pirouette. This Pirouette family consists of Bok and Swan, Swan being the most healthy and beautiful woman on this planet, and from Bok and Swan come 12 sons and 7 daughters. The first son is called Ra, and he is the maker of the Raas, the race of human being on the planet, and the 12th son is again called Bok. The first daughter is called Maya. The first son and the first daughter are the king and queen. Ra and Maya are the king and queen, working from one place called Rasepuri, about 70 kilometers west from Hell, Hell being the North Pole before the Ice Age. Hell means complete or clear. From this 12th son, when he becomes 27 years old, he again goes together with one Swan, and Bok and Swan make again 12 sons and 7 daughters, the first one Ra, the first daughter Maya, and again the 12th son Bok, who again, when he becomes 27 years old, goes together with one Swan, and so on and so on. In this way this family could perpetuate itself. Now, Bok not only make pregnant Swan, he is also the father to the second et of people, the Rousette people, and in that way from this Rousette masculine are going out people called Rabies, who go out to all corners of the planet to create this Jarl-et, and from Jarl-et comes Kaal-et, from Kaal-et comes Trail-et. So in this system we were all children of the Bok. These people who live for a very, very long time in this paradise time, as we call it, the time before Ice Age, have one appreciation system for this system, for this outrolling of the race of the human being on the planet. We were very much together and we spoke one language. This appreciation system is based on Ra and Maya being the king and the queen for all people on the planet. So they had very close contact in one information system that leaded up to the North Pole before Ice Age. These people created beautiful things. They created what we call aesthetic, which relates to the word my aesthetic, majestic, as you call it in the English language, Maya aesthetic. This system of appreciation, where the most beautiful thing created by the people on this planet were transferred up to the castle
of Ra and Maya is one system called Jehovah. In sound, Ye means you give, Hov means court, and A means Aser. So Jehovah means that you give to the court of Aser, you give to Ra and Maya. Now, during the lifetime of one Bok, who is starting his job when he is 27 years old, when his 12th son become 27 years old, he more or less retires from his job, but he is anyway the highest figure we have on the planet. He is changing from that moment. He gets one title called Per. So Per, who in this story is like representing the sun, he creates all these people on this bowl, and that is the reason why all of us are called Per-son or Per-daughter. Today we are only left with the Per-sons, the persons on this planet. Swan, when her 12th son becomes 27 years old, also retires. She is taken over another function, and from that moment she is called Ma-tar. Ma means earth, like we have Ma-ma, Mother Earth. Ma-tar, tar means female. So Ma-tar, she is the Earth Mother. She is the mother to all people on the planet, and she has one working place east from hell, in one place called Akan Pesan Ranta. Akka is Ma-tar, Pesa means one home, and Ranta means beach. When Akka is staying over there, she is performing her job. Her system of information is rolling out from her 7th daughter and herself around one period called Easter time, when they are gathering at one place called Bear Mountain in the English language, or as we call it in German language, Boxberg, Blå Kulla, Blue Mountain, as it is called in the root language, or Kypelivori, as it is called in the Finnish language. Ra and Maya, working in the castle called Rasapuri, receive, during the lifetime of one Bok, who becomes later on Per, they receive all these beautiful things that are created by these people, by this Vaner, all over the planet. And they are filling up their castle with these beautiful things. And when this Bok, or Lemminkäinen, as he is called in Finnish language, who becomes later on Väinämöinen, so Bok becomes Per, Lemminkäinen becomes Väinämöinen, when he is going away from the planet, they are emptying out this castle, and now a new Lemminkäinen, Väinämöinen period is starting, a new Bok, Per period is starting, and during his lifetime again these people bring all this beautiful thing up to the North Pole, to this castle of Ra and Maya. Now this is one system that is going on and on and on, so they are ending up with a whole lot of things they have to put in one particular place. So these people create in this working place of Akka at Boxberg, they create one temple called Lemminkäinen Temple, where they make what we call the Bok family's treasure chamber. Outside of this Bok mountain is one big rock called Akkanpesan Suurmakallio, or in root language the Akka's Ettestupa. Ettestupa means one suicide precipice, because before, in the heathen time, we had a completely different death than we have today. When we became old people, and we find out that we cannot anymore walk with the help of one stick, we went away from this planet, just like the animals in the nature. When one elk can't anymore walk around, he is lying down in the forest, and that day he disappears from the planet. And so it was before also with the human being. So we were choosing our own death
we didn't have one process of dying as we have today. In this death, in this last ceremony what you had on the planet, this Akka is going to the top of Ette Stupa. She's actually carried up there by the strongest man in her family, and then they put her on top of this Ette Stupa, and this whole family is standing around in a half ring at the foot of Ette Stupa, and around could be thousands of people watching when Matar, who was the highest woman on the planet, left the planet. She stands on top of Ette Stupa, and when on one other rock on the side, called one sundial rock, when the sundial is pointing 12 o'clock, Akka is raising her stick to the sun, to Uden. And when she is doing this, everybody is looking to Uden, so nobody is looking to her when she falls down from this rock, because according to the heathen people, dying is your private business. Now when Akka falls down, these two strong men carry her again up to the top of this mountain, and there she become burnt, and her ash become removed to the ash tree, which is the family tree of the Bok family, when all other people on this planet are belonging to oak trees, planted by them, their stem fathers, in Udenma. Akka, when she falls down, is falling in front of the door of Kypelivori, or Boksberg, or Bear Mountain, because inside Ukko is falling from his Ette Stupa, which is one enormous shaft going down into the granite, which is covered by this part of the planet, where inside in this mountain they are building these treasure chambers. Around this shaft is going one spiral road down into the earth, and on the side of this road they are building these treasure chambers where they put all this most beautiful handicraft created by all people on the planet during one Lemminkäinen Väinämöinen period, put it in one of these rooms. And then, when the castle has become filled up in the next period, they make one second room, and this is going on and on and on. From about the first Bok, after we have been getting a certain amount of people on this planet, they are starting this procedure. This whole thing is going on in paradise time. Under Ice Age they didn't receive these things anymore from outside, because these people were cut off by the ice from the Vaner. So under Ice Age we are starting, when the axle of this earth fall over, we get a new North Pole, and the old North Pole moves about 30 degrees south. And in that area there comes one group of people who is the same Aser, but now become Arctical people. So now we start to get Arctical people on this planet, and tropical people more south. We get Arctical animal, tropical animal, Arctical vegetation, and tropical vegetation on this planet. After the Ice Age, according to this story, started 50,010,003 years ago, when the axle of this earth fall over. This Ice Age finished 10,003 years ago, and then again started this appreciation system of Ra and Maya, which continued up to the year 987. In the year 987 we have been coming to that situation that on the west side of Northern Europe the Roman Catholic Church has been coming up, and on the east side the Greek Orthodox Church has been coming up, which made this area, Uudenmaa, in the south of Finland, to be the last original heathen center on this planet, which made that these people decide 1,000 years ago to close this temple, and said that that Bok who lives after 1,000 years, he has the right to open this temple on the 24th of 7, 1987. We have been in the process of opening this temple. We didn't succeed on the 24th of 7, but I hope now, after the latest reports I have heard, we have been coming down to the last, we hope, the last stone slice by which they have been closing the entrance to this temple, after which we would have the possibility to enter this temple. all this knowledge has been kept up to the year 1984, and the knowledge about this temple I haven't received before this year. It was a completely new thing to me also. I think there we have almost said everything what there is to say about this temple. Do you want to add anything to that, or you can give me some inspiration for something else?
Well, I could add that on the 24th of 7, 1987, we did not succeed, as Michel has said, to open the temple. However, we did create the positive foundation for the purpose of disseminating the information that has been lost for so long on this planet to the rest of the world. The information coming specifically from the saga and from the temple itself.
Yeah, also I want to add that there is graphic material on this saga, because you can actually make from this sound system, we also get the marks of the sound in one graphic form. When you start to make one ring and you divide this ring according to one specific system, you put 6 more rings around it and you start to draw all connecting lines. We are starting to get actually the marks of these 23 sounds as we are still using them today. Outside of these rings are 6 more symbols, these 6 sounds outside of this ring. And from this ring is unfolding a whole logic pattern that relates to the naming of all things we have on this planet, and it also relates to the number system as we have it on the planet. Why 13 looks like 13, why 15 looks like 15, why 19 looks like 19, are all kinds of things unfolded in the graphics related to this saga, and also to all other symbolics we are using on this planet in all different cultures, who from origin were all related to this system as we had it before Ice Age. I think that is quite much it. Yeah?
I think that's very nice. Michel, thank you very much, and thank you for listening.
Let us continue. We've gone 20 minutes. I would like to ask you, Stuart.
Yeah.
You have 3 minutes. Let's stop for a second. Let's hold our places. Can you turn it over? Do you have another tape? We'll just go on to videotape then. Okay. Could you give me a summary of what is? Could you give me a summary of what this is all about? Tell me about the saga in your words.
In my words.
In your words.
The saga is an ancient oral tradition, as Michel has said. It's based on sound. The meaning, the information can be corroborated by sound. In the saga we find, in a very compelling way, through the sounds themselves, the origin of all language on this planet in an undeniable way. Not only sonically, but as Michel has said, graphically. We feel that this correlation will demonstrate beyond any shadow of a doubt the common origin of all people on this planet, the common origin of all symbolism, all religion, and basically all culture as we know it today. We feel that for this reason it is very, very momentous time, very auspicious time for all of humanity to have visible demonstration of our common language, and both sonically and through the opening of the Lemminkainen temple, to have visible proof that in fact the information contained in the saga is correct. I hope Michel will permit it if I say this. His family has passed on to him the instructions.
Not my family.
Excuse me, Eeyore, I'm referring to Eeyore Bach. Eeyore's family has passed on to him down through the eons the specific instruction that at this specific time he is to say to the people. And now we see if Knut and Rea Bockström have been honest or not.
Yeah.
What is needed to further this journey?
At the moment, we require a few plane tickets, a little extra for bread and cheese, rock and roll, as we refer to the other amenities of cultural life present on this planet, in order to return to Helsinki and continue the operation of opening the temple. These two large slabs that Michel has mentioned, the Shiva stones, two have been destroyed. The Finnish Museum, having exhibited a certain amount of interest, has now taken its finger, so to speak, from the operation and left it in the hands of the Positive Foundation. For this removal of the last stone, what we assume and believe to be the last stone, will require the use of a very large crane in order that it can remain intact as an exhibit for mankind for the rest of our duration here.
What is your plan to disseminate this information?
Through videotape, films, audio tape,